Hello everyone! My name is Sensei Muteki and let me be your sensei for today. And today, you asked for it. Well, actually, no, you didn't ask for it. I brought the idea up, but because I got some positive responses to my latest tweet, today's stream will be an attempt at TCG 101. Right? TCG 101. The Genius Invocation TCG has been out for almost a month now, maybe more. No, just almost a month. It started January, right? Like late December, early January. It's been out for almost a month, half a month, roundabouts. And I think now that I have all the cards unlocked, it's the perfect time to discuss my thoughts, my opinions, and my philosophy around the TCG, right? Like, how do I build my decks? What's my thought process, etc., etc. I would also do a quick tutorial, maybe, on how to play. It has to be, right? I have to, because if not, then some of the things I will be discussing later would have little to no context. So we'll probably start with something like that first. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. I prepared, and surprise, surprise, I did prepare for today. This is not just me pressing the start stream button and then, seeing where things go. I actually prepared an outline for today. Can you believe it? I prepared an outline for today. Let's go to the blackboard. I can show you my outline. So, for today's TCG 101, it depends on how far we can take it today. We'll have an overview. Right? We'll have an overview of the TCG. Very quick overview. Just what's it about, how do you play it, and then that'll ease us very nicely into objectives and rules. Don't worry, I'll read the outline. I'm reading the outline now, Chloe. Don't worry. I know your eyes are dead, so like I said, today's stream could be... It's rather listenable. I'll try to make it as listenable as possible, especially if you want to rest your eyes and just listen. I don't have the sultriest of voices, but I'll try to make my statements as clear as possible. You can say I've had practice. I've had 7 years of practice. It's just an eye, but still, it's your good eye. You only have one left, right? Anyway. So, oh, by the way, before I do this, before I actually go through the rest of the outline, again, depending on how today's stream would go, I was thinking of cutting it up, editing it, and then posting it on YouTube. I'm gonna make a channel. I already have a YouTube channel. Actually, it's just there's nothing in it. There's nothing in it apart from a few VODs that I remembered to upload. So, depending on how this goes, I might just cut the VOD for this and then edit, upload in segments and sections on YouTube. So, yeah, I don't know. Or I might just record separately. You will be in the recording, guys. Chat, you will be in the recording. Your chats would be seen in the edited version of this video. So, I guess I should do a YouTube intro, no? I should do a YouTube intro. Hello, YouTube. My name is Sensei Muteki. And today, I will be your sensei for the Genius Invocation TCG 101. Let's go. Anyway, let's go over the outline again. Right? So, for this series, I don't know how many videos we will make out of this, but for this series, we're gonna first do... No, I won't do that, Chloe, please. We will first have an overview of the game, the TCG. Then we'll discuss objectives and rules just a bit. I think the tutorial of the Genius Invocation TCG does a very good job of explaining the rules, but I can go over them as well today. And then we'll talk about resources. Normally, you don't discuss resources when you're talking about TCG and whatnot, but I figured because the game actually has several interacting resources that I should at least discuss some of them. Okay. As you know, it's not just the dice that's the resource for the TCG. There are other resources here as well, so I might as well discuss them. And then we'll go over the card types, starting with the in-game card types first, right? Like the official, as you might say, the official card types as shown in the actual TCG, and my own card types. This is coming from what? Almost a month, half a month of experience playing the game. I've also sort of classified the cards myself. And afterwards, we'll talk about elemental reactions. I know you might have questions about the reactions. Time to get to the heart of the cards? Exactly. Ayoko na. Exactly. So we'll talk about the elemental reactions. What do they do? And then afterwards, if we have time, and I hope we do, because this is the exciting part of the TCG 101, no? I will walk you through how I build my decks, right? What's my philosophy? What's my thought process? Okay? So, starting from picking your characters to crafting a strategy around the characters and then selecting cards to include in your deck. Then afterwards, we'll have some final thoughts. Or, if we finish early, I don't know, maybe we could go to TCG 202, where I discuss strategies, specific strategies. What do you do on the first turn? What do you do on the second turn? Some advice coming from my experience playing the TCG, right? Before we go over all of these, though, let me give you first the background about myself and why I think I can give you this sort of tutorial. I have yung quiz ba mag-PVP sa'yo? I mean, why not? So, I've been playing the TCG for ever since release. I have been playing less of it recently because not enough NPCs to play against, and have not found a regular TCG play group. I'm hoping to find one soon, you know. People willing to play the TCG with me on a regular basis. But I've been playing it more or less for the past month or half a month, ever since release. I have all of the cards, and I have started just unlocking the premium versions of said cards. I have tried a couple of decks. I'm also recently been reading through the subreddit for the Genius Invocation TCG. There is a subreddit for this, by the way, where they actually have tournament reports and such. Yes, there are tournaments already for the TCG. So, I've been reading some of the tournament reports. I've been trying some of the decks from the tournament reports. I also have my own brews. So, yeah. If you think these are enough credentials for you to listen to me and my philosophy, then please, by all means, pull up a chair, tune your ears to my voice and listen. Bring out your notebooks and pens as well. Also, I've been playing other TCG apart from Genius Invocation. I have been an avid MTG player, Magic the Gathering player, for who knows how long. I started playing while I was still in college, and I continue to play to this day, right? I also play a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, but not anymore the more recent version. But here's the deal, no? Even though I'm an old school Yu-Gi-Oh player, I don't necessarily think the new gameplay is all that bad. I think the game has changed. The game has morphed. The game has evolved into something else that I do not recognize entirely, but I'm not against it. It seems quite fun. Paano pa pag di maka-notes? You can watch the recording later. I've also played a little bit of the Pokemon TCG via PTCGO. I actually did start playing Pokemon TCG all the way back to first or second edition even. I don't have cards anymore. I think second edition. I remember distinctly owning a starter deck with the 2 logo, the 2 set symbol, second ed set symbol. I don't have any of the cards anymore, unfortunately. But yeah, I remember, I played from then. Again, even the PTCGO, right? Oh, sorry, not PTCGO. That's a software. Even the Pokemon TCG has evolved into something that, while a lot more recognizable compared to how Yu-Gi-Oh has morphed and evolved, it's still fairly different. We now have... Sorry, this will be a little specific to Pokemon TCG, but kapag naghanap ka talaga ng kasama na gusto rin mag-collect ng Pokemon TCG, I know, right? Kapag naghahanap talaga ako ng kasama na gusto rin mag-collect ng TCG, I'm gonna go in that rabbit hole. Right? But even the Pokemon TCG, right, has evolved to the point where somebody who played on release on the first set, right, from the first set, may not instantly recognize what's happening. They might still get the general gist, but some of the rules have changed. Like, for example, are you allowed to attack on the first turn? Are you allowed to draw a card on the first turn? Are you allowed to play trainer cards on the first turn? I remember, back in the day, you only really have trainer cards, Pokemon cards, and energy cards, right? On Stadium as well. Stadium. Nowadays, though, we have trainer cards, item cards, supporters, right? Then we also have, different Pokemon types. Pokemon VMAX, Pokemon V, Pokemon V-Star, Pokemon GX, right? And I for one, welcome these new changes. They're exciting. They allow for new, fresh gameplay. But I imagine somebody who's been collecting from the very first edition might say, wait, what are these even? There are also, I remember, and there's also, what's the name of that card? It's broken into 4, right? V-Union, there you go. V-Union. There are also V-Union cards. I thought I would hate V-Union cards. Sorry guys, I know we're discussing Genius Invocation TCG, but I'm talking about Pokemon TCG right now. I hope you don't mind. I used to hate the idea of the V-Union. Like, what the heck? It's so gimmicky. Like, how even are you gonna play it? But the moment I built a deck around V-Unions, they are so fun to play. Right? It's like you're playing I still hate Dynamax. This is for the TCG, Miko, unfortunately. So, we don't have Dynamax, I don't think, on the TCG, but we do have VMAXs and Pokemon Vs. But, yeah. What I like about the V-Unions is that it's like you're playing a sub-game. You're doing a side quest, right? You're doing a side quest while you're playing the main game. Because for V-Unions, you want all of the cards to be in the discard pile, except for 1, right? If I remember correctly. You want all 4 in the discard, except for 1, and then you want to play that 1 card, and all 3 suddenly jump from your discard into play. And I think that's super cool, right? That's super cool. The setup is super cool. And it's actually rewarding because V-Union cards have, like, the most amazing attacks. It could one-shot. There's up to... you have 4 choices of attacks. And if you're not just after big numbers, you'll see that the other attacks have utility as well. Just saying, in context to adding new mechanics to existing games. Okay. Right. Fortunately, I never got to try Dynamaxing. The last time I played Pokemon was... the last version I played only introduced Z moves, I think. After Z moves, I have not played Pokemon ever since the actual mainline games. What do you think about the terastallizing then? I don't know if tama spelling ko. Terastallizing. Okay. My philosophy with regards to new mechanics has always been more on the positive side than the negative. I have learned to not criticize new mechanics until I try them, right? So, because I have not tried the terastallizing mechanic yet, I only have positive things to think about terastallizing. I think it's cool. It freshens up competitive Pokemon. It lets you change typing in the middle of battle, which is pretty cool in my opinion. I have not tried it. I don't know what its limitations are. Can you literally change the type of one Pokemon to something else completely and therefore alter what moves have stab, same type attack bonus, right? So, that's why my thinking is it's really just all good. It adds another dimension to competitive Pokemon battling. It's better, in my opinion, games aside. I would want to see how it works in the anime. Watching Dynamax. So your perspective also is not just from games, Miku, but also from the anime. It was a huge Pokemon that isn't even moving. To be fair though, you gotta admit, some of the Dynamax designs are really funny. Dynamax Meowth? Is it Meowth? That's literally Longcat. Right? And then there's also, what's the name of that Dynamax steel type Duraldon, right? Dynamax Duraldon is literally a skyscraper. And then of course Chonkachu, who can forget the giant Pikachu. I love giving my Pokemon hats. Duraldun, yeah, Duraldon. That changed their type. Yep. So, until I play the Terra mechanic, I won't really be able to give any more opinions apart from I think it's cool. Theoretically, I think it's also cool in terms of competitive battling because guys, here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. I used to play competitive Pokemon as well, but via Pokemon Showdown. I did have a competitive team that I built on which version was that? Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, I think. That's where I built my first competitive team. I have discussed that team at length in the past in previous streams, but I played a lot of competitive on Pokemon Showdown. And I remember one of my fondest memories was defeating a friend for the first time. This friend has a way more experience than me in terms of competitive Pokemon. And I beat him for the first time because what was it? I think it was I'm trying to remember. It's right, I remember now. It's I had a Charizard as my last Pokemon. Right? I have a Charizard as my last Pokemon. And my friend had a water type, a bulky water type. I don't remember which one anymore. May have been Milotic, may have been Lapras. Well, Lapras is ice type. May have been Milotic or some other bulky water. Right? Bulky water that would definitely just one-shot me. Because I'm a Charizard. Right? I had Sun set up, and my Charizard has the ability that makes me move faster in the sun. Right? But regardless, if Pokemon battles had are you familiar with chess.com? Are you familiar with the meter on the side of the board in chess.com that tells you how much of an advantage one side has over the other? It tells you if white has advantage or black has advantage, if the light pieces have advantage over dark pieces. If Pokemon Showdown had a meter like that, right? If Pokemon Showdown had that meter, I would probably be losing 9-1, right? My opponent would have been winning 9-1. Literally nothing I can do. Charizard doesn't have that ability. He can have solar power, which it's probably solar power then. I don't super remember. I think it was solar power. Or maybe my Charizard was Mega Evolved. Charizard Y, I think, has that. Doesn't Charizard Y have that? No. Well, maybe not. Oh, no. I don't have... Okay, I remember now. Sorry, I remember now. I do have Charizard Y. I have Charizard Y, which means Sun is set up. Yeah, Sun is set up. Solar power. Sun is set up. Drought. Yeah. Drought means you have Sun, right? So I have Charizard Y. I have Sun set up. I have Sun set up. My opponent is a bulky water. I don't know how much that tips the balance, but I'm still losing. I think I'm still gonna lose. Because they're running a water type and I'm running a fire type. And on my Charizard, I had Solar Beam. So that was not something my friend expected. And that was my fondest memory, beating him with an unexpected surprise Solar Beam on a Charizard. On a Charizard under drought. So I had an instant Solar Beam and I won. So, how does that connect back to Terra? I think Terra is a really fun mechanic because it allows you to make outplays like that in the middle of the game. In theory. But then again, in practice, I don't know because I have not played with a Pokemon version that has Terra. Wait, pero kung Y-Zard ka naman, pretty expected na yung Solar Beam. I guess, but back then, right? From our playgroup, it was kind of unexpected. This was a long time ago, Chloe. I think nowadays, it is expected that you have Solar Beam for coverage. Yeah. It is on them. I guess it was on them to expect the Solar Beam. But back then, we only had a rudimentary grasp of coverage moves. He's just been playing the game for far longer. Maybe he forgot that Charizard could run Solar Beam. What's more surprising is if the Emboar has Scald. Does Emboar have Scald? Can Emboar learn Scald? Anyways, of course, nowadays, it's pretty much expected to have Solar Beam for coverage. It's expected for Pokemon to have moves that are outside of their typing for coverage. It's just elementary. Terra is cool, but the game itself is a little sad. Let's not talk about the game. The Pokemon game itself. It is kind of sad with all the bugs, no? Emboar can learn Scald. Oh, cool. By the way, one more thing about me, and I think this should be made clear before we start talking about my point of view for Genius Invocation TCG. I don't normally play by the meta most of the time. I don't normally play by the meta most of the time. So, my builds, my decks, apart from... Yeah, I have a few that are based from meta decks because I wanted to try the meta decks to see how they work, right? But most of my own builds incorporate some meta aspects, but for the most part, I did not check any existing lists for them, deck lists for them. So there's that. More of a casual player, casual to intermediate player. I prefer to run my own decks versus copying or I guess net decking. I have nothing against net decking. I used to do that a lot too back when I still played a lot of competitive MTG. You just have to, right? You just have to. But yeah, for the most part, my builds are from concepts that I thought of, not really copied from somewhere else. Of course, because we only have like a handful of cards in the TCG, more or less likely it's going to be something somebody else also found out already. So there is that. There is that. I don't mind SV, to be honest. It's one of the better Pokemon games released. The story is way better than I expected, but the 3 routes thing could have been handled better. Bugs aside, of course. What are you talking about here? The Dragon Dance. Next patch will have... Oh, yeah. One more thing. I'm trying to also avoid spoilers and leaks. So... we will not talk about the new cards today. I know we're getting new cards in the next patch. I've heard. I've also read through the effects of the character cards coming out. Oh, was it in the previews already? I have not seen the previews, therefore. I have not seen the previews yet. Okay. Well, I have not seen the previews. That's on me. But we'll not cover them today. We'll just cover what we currently have. Maybe hint towards them. Haven't even read what they did. Okay. Maybe I'll hint towards their existence. Especially since both of the characters are personal favorites, right? So, but I will not include them today. Not yet anyway. Maybe in 102 or 202 or whatever is the naming convention. Maybe in the next stream, right? We'll talk about them. But not today. Not today. Alright? Do you have any questions before we proceed, class? Do you have any questions? Do you want me to add anything else to the outline before we begin? Anything you would like to know apart from what I have listed in the outline? How the fuck does the Sino card work? Okay. We'll talk about that later too. We'll dissect the Sino card. Why not? Sino card and the grass chicken. Those are the 2 cards that are really quite complicated, have complicated mechanics. I also have not had the time yet to parse through both of them, but we'll go over them later. Yeah. We'll go over them. Why not? And if there are other character cards you want dissected, why not? Crash Chicken is plenty cute though. I have to agree. Okay, so shall we begin? Let me go over to the game screen so I can show you. Let me turn off my music. So, let me give you an overview. First thing in the agenda is an overview of the Genius Invocation TCG. Genius Invocation TCG was introduced last late December, early January to much hype and fanfare. It is the in-game TCG of Genshin Impact, which these are things you already know, right? What I like about the TCG is they try to abstract and encapsulate. I'll explain those 2 terms later, by the way, don't worry. But it attempts to abstract and encapsulate the Genshin combat experience.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to
Can you not speak over me, child? Actual literal child, not character child. This is why your mother abandoned you. Just kidding. Don't hate me, Wanderer. I like you. Your gameplay is very fun and I hope you'll get a card soon. But shut up first, okay? I'm explaining something. Thank you. Right. So, again, going back to what I was trying to say. I really like how the TCG abstracts and encapsulates the Genshin Impact combat experience, right? I love how it's able to encapsulate and abstract the Genshin Impact combat experience. You have a team of characters. The elemental reactions are there. Of course, they're not exactly accurate to what's happening, but they are recognizable enough. Because listen, right? I'm discussing something. Listen. You'll have time to talk, Wanderer. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know you're kind of a little, how do I say it? Rude sometimes, Wanderer. Cry louder, right? Who says that? Who says that? Do you guys have Wanderer as well? Did you pull for Scaramouche? Do you know that one of his voice lines when he uses his burst is cry louder? Who says that? Who says that? Wanderer, please. Control your angst. Control your angst. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway. Yes. So, he does say that. I don't know if he's still a villain. I have not played through what I think would be his redemption arc. The interlude, there you go. The interlude event. The interlude quest. I have not played through that yet. Buti pa si Child na bored lang kapag walang kalaban. Ay, potato. Anyway. Yeah. So, the elemental reactions are still in the TCG, right? They're not the same, but they're recognizable enough. And that is actually why I think the word abstraction and encapsulation works really well to describe what the TCG is doing. For those of you who don't know, abstraction means removing unnecessary details in order to achieve a goal. The goal is to make a card game. We remove some of the extra details, like for example, how some elemental reactions are dependent on your elemental mastery, or how your artifacts affect how much damage you deal with elemental reactions. We do not need that for a card game because it will make the calculations for damage unnecessarily complicated. So we abstract those away. We get rid of them. We just look at the important details. For example, one of the things that I really like is the overload reaction and how it's implemented in the TCG. Overload in the actual game knocks up enemies, right? They send them flying. They send enemies flying. But to capture that in the TCG, what happens is they change, so your active character changes to the next active character in line. We don't need to see knock up or knock back or whatever on the card itself. You don't necessarily have to flip your card in the air and see what happens, right? That doesn't make any sense in a card game. But in order to capture the idea of knock back or knock up, you're just swapped to the next character. Could they have implemented this better? The elemental reactions. One school of thought says yes, maybe. I think they did enough and they did it well enough. By that I mean, for example, vaporize and melt, right? Vape and melt. Is it melt? It's melt, right? Vape and melt literally does the same thing, except the elements are different. Could they have made the two reactions different? Sure. Would that have been good? Maybe. Do I necessarily think they have to? No, not really. I think it's good that we keep things simple first. We keep what players enjoyed in the actual game and get rid of the rest for the time being. If they were to change one of the two reactions, maybe they change vape to something else or melt to something else. Would I be against that? Not necessarily. Sure, go ahead. But right now, in the card game's infancy, I think they did well. Okay? Anyway. Also, the term encapsulate, by the way, encapsulate, maybe it's the wrong term to use here, but encapsulate means to make the entities in your game their own separate thing, like make clearly defined boundaries between entities. And I think they did a very good job there as well. Okay? Your cards don't necessarily bleed into other cards. Each card has their own unique identity, at least in the meantime, no? At least in the meantime. Will the unique identity thing be changed, be challenged when more cards are released in the future, maybe. But I trust that the developers of Hoyoverse know what they're doing. Anyway, yeah. So that's basically an overview of the Genshin Impact TCG. It's literally...
just to occupy silence.
Maybe I should reduce the volume. It's so loud. Now reduce the volume of the game so you can hear me. There you go. So it's literally just the Genshin Impact combat distilled and abstracted into card game form. Alright? Which is why when we look at the cards later, the card pool currently available, you'll find a lot of the things that's related to combat in the cards, including weapons, including skills, including abilities, including accessories, also food. Okay? But we'll go over the cards in a bit. Shall we now talk about the objectives and the rules of the game? Again, this is something that you probably already know if you have played even a little bit of the TCG. If you have played through the tutorial, then you definitely would already know about these. But for the sake of completion, let's cover the rules and let's cover the objectives of the game. Let's find someone to challenge. What deck am I running even? Oopsie. What deck am I currently running? Alright, that's fine. I guess we can keep that. Maybe I'd try something simpler. Let's use this. I'll use this deck for demonstration purposes. If you have any questions, feel free to type them in chat and I will cover them in between things that I am discussing. Okay, chat? Okay, chat? Let's look for someone to fight. Who do you want me to fight? Who's annoying here? Is there a guy named... Wait, why is he not here anymore? Let's fight McCree. What are your cards, McCree? Okay. What are your cards? Okay. Strong opponent. Okay, perfect. Okay, so... let's talk about the objectives and the rules of the game. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I mean, maybe faster than a laden version because of drag. Hello, Hal. Okay. I will not go over how to decide what to do on your opening hand. We'll have time to discuss that later. Do I have that in this? I do have it.
Chef's kiss, you know?
Chef's kiss indeed. Okay. And hello, Panda. Hello, Panda. Okay, let's watch Panda's clip. Hey, what's happening? No, it did not work. Maybe you don't have enough clips, Panda. We're not getting any of your clips. Maybe you misspelled Panda's name. No, it's not. It's correct. Okay. Well, maybe we're not just getting a clip. Twitch Guru, why you fail us? While you fail us, Twitch Guru. Did it bug out? Let's wait a few seconds for the overlay to disappear by itself. Did it bug out? Twitch Guru. Twitch Guru, please. 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 Anyway, while we're waiting for that to go away, it's gonna go away in like a few seconds. Have faith. Rage. Believe. Oh no, it's not. It's not going away. It's not going away. Oh, there you go. There you go, finally. Maybe it's a lag. It's a lag. We lagged a bit.
That's why it hates to encounter us.
Wait, where did it? Oh my god, it went all the way to the desert.
There was a bit of a lag.
Touch this grass.
You're touching grass. Indeed. Touch grass indeed.
I got water.
God. Yo.
Is this Monster Hunter Rise? Oh my god, I really need to play that game again. Okay. Anyway, that's good. Okay. So, thank you for the shoutouts, by the way, mods. And thank you guys for dropping by the TCG 101 Day 1 class. Okay, so. It's Iceborne. Okay. Indeed, Pog indeed. So I'm not gonna talk about how to determine which opening hand cards to keep. I'm just gonna select random. I don't want to duplicate, so get away. Okay, but let's talk about the objectives of the game. So, the objective of the TCG is to essentially put all of your opponent's life total all of your opposing characters' life totals to 0. Turn all of your opposing characters' life total to 0. Whoever does that first wins the game. So if I'm able to reduce the life total of this Fatui guy, Magukenki, and Mona to 0, then I win. And I win. If my opponent puts Yoimiya's life total and Noel's life total and Ningguang's life total to 0, then they win. Okay? So that's the objective of the game. Currently, there's no other way to win. If you deck out your opponent, which is an instant lose in other games, deck out meaning you have no more cards left in deck and you're forced to draw a card. Some games implement this differently. Like the moment you have 0 cards in deck, you lose. Currently, we don't have that in the TCG. I don't think they will ever include that. But yeah. In Hearthstone, they do it differently too. It's kind of funny in Hearthstone. The more cards you draw from an empty deck, the more damage you take. It's weird, but it's cool. Anyway, we don't have that yet. Really, literally the only way to win is to put your opposing characters' life totals to 0. Maybe I should tell you about life totals, no? So for now, you see this number on the upper left corner of each of the cards in play. Kindly ignore the cards I have in my hand. The cards in play, do you see the 10 on the upper left corner of the cards? These are the life totals of the character cards in play. The Fatui has 10, Magukenki has 10, Mona has 10. From my side of the field, Yoimiya has 10, Noel has 10, and Ningguang has 10. May snacks pa pagkatapos. Unfortunately, our school does not have enough budget for free snacks. Maybe in the future. When we get enough funding. Oh my god. Oh. Snacks pag may gift sub. Ay, Chloe. You always let your intrusive thoughts win. Okay. So, right. The number on the upper left corner is the life total of the character. Almost all of the playable character cards have 10 as their HP, as their life total, as their hit points. There is one that does not have 10. The Samachurl. It's a Samachurl, right? The shield Samachurl thing. Not the Samachurl. Metachurl, I think it's what it's called. Anyway, the big Hilichurl, right? The big Hilichurl only has 8. But only because the big Hilichurl is special, it starts with a shield. So effectively, its life total is actually greater than 10. Stonehide Lawachurl. Thank you. So the Stonehide Lawachurl starts with 8, but it has shield. I think it has 3 hit point shield for an effective life total of 11. Shields do not protect against everything, but effectively they sort of do. There's a type of damage that pierces shields, piercing damage, that will cover piercing damage in a later session, in a later video, I suppose. For now, just note that that's their life total. And your goal is to make all of your opponent opposing characters' life totals 0. Okay? Essentially deal 30 damage, but not always, not all the time. Okay? Are we clear with the objectives? Are we clear with the objectives? Do you have any questions? It's very clear. Just need to kill, essentially, all of your opposing characters. Knock them out, so to speak. Right. So, the game starts with both of you and your opponent drawing 5 cards from your deck. You saw a while ago how I could select some of the cards and put them away. It's essentially this game's version of a mulligan. You could throw all 5 back to the deck and then draw a new fresh hand of 5 if you don't like your starting 5. But you could just throw any number from 1 to 5. Maybe you can even not throw anything back to your deck. Start with whatever you drew. Okay? So that's what happens on the first turn. Then, after you draw your cards, after you draw 5 cards, you get to pick which character to start with as your active character. What's an active character? The active character essentially is the character that you are going to be taking actions with, and for the most part, the character that will be taking the brunt of the damage of your opponent's attacks. I say the brunt of the damage because, again, there are attacks that bypass this rule, and that's the cool thing about card games. Card effects that bypass rules, right? But for the most part, it is your active character that's going to do most of the actions. It's your active character that's going to be taking most of the damage. So, and then the rest of your characters are essentially your... I call them your back row characters. Back row borrowing from Yu-Gi-Oh! So, active and then back row. You could also think of them as your bench characters. The term bench comes from Pokemon TCG. You have one active Pokemon and then the rest are your bench. I don't actually know if there's an official term. I think they're just called non-active characters. And I don't really like that term because, especially if you're listening to someone else, right? They'll say, oh, your active character is this, but your non-active character is this. Like, what? Non-active, active? It's easy to mishear. So I'm just gonna call from here on forward, is it called standby? Maybe it is called standby. But I'll call them back rows. Hello, Lestiality. Glad you could join the stream today. Hello. You're just in time because I just started discussing. I just started my discussion on the TCG. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Thank you for the support. Hope you enjoy the stream today. So, active characters, stand by your back row characters. Okay? Your active character is the character that's going to be doing most of the actions and is going to be taking a brunt of the damage. Your standby or back row or bench or whatever you want to call them, they stay in the back. You can change your active character anytime. Oop. What game is this? Is Apex? This is Apex.
They have to find the other one. They have to fight so we could win.
What is happening? Are you like rubber banding here? It looks like you're lagging. No. Oh. What happened there? Did you like lag or something? You're like rubber banding. Anyway, yeah. So, for now, I will set Yoimiya as my active character. Both players actually picked their active characters. So, my opponent picked the Pyro Fatui as their active character. After you select your active character, you notice what happened there. We rolled some dice. Let me explain what these dice are. These are your elemental dice. Actions are fueled by elemental dice. You can only take actions in-game if you have enough dice to pay for the action. Right? You can only take actions in the game if you have enough dice to pay for the cost of the action. Go ahead, Chloe. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, thank you for the lurk, guys. No worries. Have fun, have fun. Okay, so, where was I? Right. So, elemental dice tell you how much energy, how much fuel, how much resources you have to take certain actions. You can't take any actions if you can't pay for them using elemental dice. As you noticed, elemental dice are represented by D8s. These are D8 dice. If you play D&D or if you play other tabletop RPGs, you would be familiar with a D8. Thank you for the lurk, says B. You'll be familiar with D8s. Essentially, 8-sided die. The sides have the elements, okay? In Genshin, plus 1 extra. Because as you know, we have 7 elements in Genshin. Pyro, Cryo, Hydro, Dendro, Animo, Electro, and what am I missing? What am I missing? What did I say already? Pyro, Electro, Hydro, Cryo, Dendro, Animo, and Geo. There you go. So, that's 7 plus 1 called Omni. Omni dice. We'll cover them in a bit, but to summarize, to give you a sneak peek, a bit of a summary. The Omni dice counts for all elements. The Omni dice counts for all elements. Okay? So, you roll 8 of these elemental dice. Okay, you roll 8 of the elemental dice. And you get to select if you want to re-roll any of them. If you remember a while ago, my active character was Yoimiya. Yoimiya being Pyro. Even if you don't know how the skills work, even if you're not familiar with how the skills work and how you pay for them, you could maybe surmise that I'm gonna need some Pyro dice, which is unfortunate because I only have 1. So, I can select all of the other dice and re-roll them, hoping to get more Pyro dice. Of course, the game only gave me 1 extra. That's fine. So now, once the re-roll phase is done, that's the re-roll phase, by the way. Roll phase, sorry. Once the roll phase is done, all of the dice that you roll will appear on the right side of your screen. Be familiar with this side of your screen because you will be looking at this constantly as you're playing. When you're budgeting dice, when you're thinking about your plays, you'll be looking at this side of your screen. Okay? So right now, I have 2 Pyro dice, 1 Geo dice, 2 Hydro dice, 1 Cryo, 1 Dendro, and 1 Animo dice. The cool thing about the sorting of the dice on the side is Genshin TCG prioritizes Omni dice, so they would list your Omni dice first, followed by dice whose element matches the elements of your characters. Hence why the Pyro and the Geo dice appears first, because my team is Pyro and 2 Geo. Followed by the other elements, but sorted in the order of how many you have, right? So for example, I have 2 Hydro, so they come first. And then I only have 1 Electro, 1 Dendro, and 1 Animo, so they come next. Alright? You can zoom in. Actually, you will be able to zoom in to the dice later when you play effects, but we'll cover that in a bit. Okay. So, any questions so far? Things are clear pa naman, right? Things are still clear so far. So, what happens now? We now start round 1, the first round of the game. Genshin Impact TCG is played in rounds, right? Played in rounds. So, a round would not be over until both players say the rounds are done. I can do that by clicking this button here. I can say end round. If I say end round, that means from my end, I am done. I am not gonna take any more actions this round. Of course, if my opponent still wants to take actions, then they may choose not to end the round yet. They can keep taking actions, what is the consequence of not ending your round, right? Because you might think, oh, if that's the case, then why would I end my round first? Why should I end my round first? I'll let the opponent end the round first and I'll just do whatever actions I want. The consequence of being the second player to end your round is you will be also the second player to take actions next round. I am taking actions first this round because if you're playing against NPCs and I'm playing against an NPC, Makri is an NPC. If you're playing against NPCs, you take the first action on the first round. If you're playing against other players, you flip a coin to determine who goes first. Okay? So, on the first round, whoever wins the coin flip does the first action. Against NPCs, you take the first action. If I end my round now, I am guaranteed to take first action. I'm guaranteed to take first action next round. Also, first one to end rounds, someone's attack first. Let me go to the... Yeah. We'll go to summons later. Thank you for reminding me about that, Anima. There's also the summons. That's another thing we could discuss in a bit. Unfortunately, I don't have summons for this deck. I have another deck that have summons, so we'll cover summons in a bit. Summons is another very interesting mechanic in the Genshin Impact TCG. I love summons. I have a deck that's just built around summons. But yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. When it comes to summons, the first person to end the round, their summons do their actions first. If they have to attack, then they will attack. Alright? Okay. So, remember what I said a while ago about not having enough dice to take actions? Or you must have enough dice to pay for whatever action you may want to do? Running out of dice is the primary reason why you would end your round. But that's not the only reason. For example, if I'm in a winning position, and we'll cover this in future videos, it's too early for this. But if I'm in a winning position and I want to cement my victory next round by moving first, I can opt to end my round early and not use all of my dice. It is, however, a good rule of thumb to maximize your dice usage. Okay? Rule of thumb means it's not a hard and fast rule. You could lose the game if all you do is use up all of your dice, right? It's possible. You're not guaranteed to win if you maximize your die rolls. But you would want to maximize your elemental dice by taking actions, by taking enough actions whose costs match your elemental dice pool. Okay? This will not always be the case though. Now, speaking of costs, shall we talk about costs? Shall we talk about costs? Let me hydrate first. Here's another thing I like about the TCG. How the system they built, right? The system they built around costs of your actions. So, what constitutes an action in the TCG? You could either use any of your character's skills. Okay, you could normal attack, you could use an elemental skill, or you could use your burst. Okay, that is an action. You could also play a card from your hand. That also counts as an action. Okay. The costs of these actions are indicated for skills, indicated in the character card. For cards in hand, it's indicated on the upper left corner of the card. Let's talk about the costs of character actions first. So, most characters have one normal attack, one skill, and one burst, but not always. Some characters have more than one skill. Some characters have... yeah, I think the maximum right now is 2 skills. In particular, this dude, right? Mago Kenki. Mago Kenki has 2 skills, 1 normal and 1 burst. Okay? So, the costs for playing these abilities are listed under the names of each. So, for example, for Yoimiya, I could use her normal attack called Firework Flare Up by paying 1 red dice and 2 gray dice. Now, let me talk about that. So the red dice obviously matches up to the pyro elemental dice, right? Because pyro is red. What's the gray dice? The gray dice stands for any 2 other dice. Any 2 other. So, if I wanted to use Firework Flare Up, let me actually do that. Sorry, click on the bottom right corner. You could also see the costs on the bottom right corner, but I'm blocking it with my avatar. Let me actually get rid of myself for now. I will disappear, okay? So you could see what I'm blocking behind me. Okay. I'm gonna be invisible for today's stream first, so you can see what I'm blocking. So, bottom right corner. Oh, even my bar thing at the bottom is blocking it. Anyway, you can see like a little bit of it. But you can also see the cost of character actions on the bottom right corner of the screen. So for example, if I want to use my normal attack, Firework Flare Up, I click this button and I get to choose which dice to use, which dice to pay for the move. Okay? I'm admiring that Ningguang art so intently. I hope she's not distracting you too much. I do like the Ningguang art a lot though. Likewise. Okay, so for example, Firework Flare Up, I could pay that by paying, let me deselect these. I could pay for the Firework Flare Up using 1 pyro dice and then let's say 2 hydro dice. That works. I could also use 1 pyro dice, 1 geo, 1 cryo. That works too. I could also use 2 pyro dice and 1 geo. That works too. The 1 pyro dice, the first 1 pyro die, pays for the first cost, the red dice cost for Firework Flare Up, and then the other pyro and then the geo pays for the 2. Okay? That makes sense? Does that make sense? That makes sense? Now, if I wanted to use my skill, elemental skill, for Yoimiya, her elemental skill is kind of special. It's very easy to pay for just 1 pyro dice. But other characters have heavier costs for their skills. Ningguang, for example, requires 3 geo dice, 3 of the yellow or the geo dice to pay for her elemental skill, right? So you have to make sure you have 3 geo dice. Now, look at the burst. Look at the burst. The burst has an extra number beside the elemental dice cost. In the case of Yoimiya, she requires 3 pyro dice and 2 of this. What is that 2? That is your energy. That's your energy. You gain energy, characters gain energy by using their normal attack or using their skill. By the way, Yoimiya again is a special case because her elemental skill does not give her energy. So let's look at a different character for now. Noelle, for example, her burst requires 4 geo dice, and 2 energy. 2 energy. So that means if I want to use Noelle's burst, I must have already at least attacked once and then used my skill once, or attacked twice, or used my skill twice, okay, before I could use her burst. You normally would not be able to burst on the first turn, barring some extra card effects, right? There is a way to burst on the first round, on the first turn, but we need to use other card effects in order to achieve that. Normally, you can't. Okay? Is that clear? Is that clear, class? You understand? Do you have any questions? So that's this other number, right? That's energy, burst energy. You gain burst energy by taking other actions like normal attacks or elemental skills. Again, just like any card game, there are exceptions to the rule. Niwabi Fire Dance, the elemental skill specifically says this skill does not grant burst energy, or this skill does not grant energy. So you just have to be aware of certain eccentricities of your character's elemental skills and normal attacks. Alright? Are we clear with how you should pay for your character's actions? Let's talk about how to pay for cards in your hand. It's essentially the same thing. The upper left corner tells you the cost, but you might notice that apart from colored dice, like for example this card here, Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock, which requires 1 Geo dice to play, and apart from gray colored dice, for example, the Bestest Travel Companion, which we call Small Paimon, because there's 2 Paimon cards in the game, right? There's one Paimon card that's Big Paimon. It's Paimon but bigger. And then we have this card which is Paimon but smaller, so we call this card Small Paimon. So, Small Paimon has a gray dice cost, right? Gray dice cost. So apart from colored and gray, you might notice that some, for example, Strategize has a white die cost. Lotus Flower Crisp also has a white die cost. What does white die cost mean? They mean that you need to pay that many of the same color, of the same element. For example, for Strategize, it's easy. It's just 1 elemental dice of the same color. That is kind of strange to think about, but that's essentially any color. That means you can pay for this with any color. But if this was, say, 2, if Strategize costed 2 white dice, that means in order to pay for this card, you have to use 2 elemental dice of the same color. Pop quiz, chat. Pop quiz. If Strategize costed 2 white dice, given the dice that I have right now, 2 Pyro, 1 Geo, 2 Hydro, 1 Cryo, 1 Dendro, 1 Animo, could I pay for Strategize? Could I pay for Strategize if it costed 2 white dice, no? If it costed 2 white dice. Given that I have 2 Pyro, 2 Hydro, 1 Geo, 1 Cryo, 1 Dendro, 1 Animo, could I? I see one saying can. I can. Very good. Of course, I can. Very good, very good. I can pay for Strategize if it costed 2 white dice. I could either pay for 2 white dice using 2 Pyro dice or 2 Hydro dice. What if Strategize costed 3 gray dice? If Strategize costs 3 gray dice, could I play Strategize right now? If Strategize costed 3 gray dice, could I play Strategize now? Could I pay for its cost? What do you think, chat? Can I? Can also. Very good. Strategize less OP Pot of Greed. You know what, Panda? I'll talk about card advantage later. So I'll tell you my opinions on Strategize and Pot of Greed. Although I don't see a reason why you should play Strategize if that's the case. I'll talk about card advantage later. That's an interesting topic, actually, to talk about. Alright, so one last pop quiz question, chat. If Strategize costed 3 white dice. 3 white dice. Given my current dice pool of 2 pyro, 2 hydro, and then 1 of each of geo, cryo, dendro, and animo, would I be able to pay for the cost of strategize? Again, if it costed 3 white dice. Would I be able to? Would I be able to? In this case, nope, I would not be able to. Because I don't have 3 of the same color. Now, Omni Dice, which I do not currently have, complicates this matter a little bit. So let me do that. Let's play... I'm gonna play Small Paimon. So the effect of Small Paimon is, or the bestest travel companion, or we affectionately call Small Paimon. It's an event card that costs 2 gray dice, meaning 2 of any color. Convert the elemental dice spent to Omni element times 2. Essentially, what that means is you're going to convert the 2 random colored dice, whichever one you select, into 2 Omni element dice. Let's do that so I could show you how Omni element complicates things a little bit. So you play this, and let's say, let's use the 2 hydro dice for example. Again, you could choose 2 of any color. I just decided to use the 2 hydro dice. If I use them to pay for the card, I lose the 2 hydro but I gain 2 omni. So, now that I have 2 omni, 2 pyro, then one of each of geo, cryo, dendro, and animo. If I have a card, let's say if strategize costed 3 white dice, could I now play that card? Could I now play that card? This is how Omnidice complicates things a little bit. Since Omnidice counts as all colors, right? Since Omnidice counts as all colors, if strategize costed 3 white dice, then I could definitely pay for its cost. I would have to use the 2 Omni dice plus 1 of another color. So let's say 2 Omni and 1 Geo. Omni counts as all colors, so it counts as Geo. I could pay for strategize if it costed 3 white dice. The 2 Omni will count as 2 Geo. So essentially, effectively, I am paying for strategize with 3 Geo dice. Of course, the astute among you, the observant among you, would also say, hey, look, you could also just use 1 Omni and 2 Pyro, which is actually what I would do if strategize costed 3 white dice. That's actually how I would pay for it. This is already strategy, so this is beyond rules. This is strategy, but you kind of want to be frugal with your use of your Omni dice because they're the most versatile. Since I already have 2 Pyro, I would most likely pay for strategize with 2 Pyro and 1 Omni if it costed 3 white dice. Okay? Everything good so far with paying costs? Do you have any questions with paying costs? Now, some cards costs 0. For example, Elemental Resonance Woven Stone. It costs 0. That means you can pay that for free. You're not gonna use any of your dice to pay for Elemental Resonance Woven Stone. Okay? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good with paying costs? It's really not that hard. However, and while the game decides for you normally which dice to be used to pay for effects. For example, if I were to play strategize, the game automatically said, oh, use cryo dice for this. And 90% of the time, the recommendation of the game is good. However, you're free to pay for it however you want. Just select a different color, for example, select a different set of dice. Why would you want to do so? This is again already strategy, but there are cards that reward you for, let's say, having 3 different colored dice in your dice pool by the end of the round, right? So sometimes if you just follow the recommendations of the game, you would not have enough colored dice to satisfy that requirement. Okay? So you might still want to think about how you pay for your cards. The bottom line is you may want to still think about how you pay for your cards. But yeah, most of the time, you could just rely on the game's recommendations. Especially for beginners, especially for those of you who who have not played any other card games in the past and might need some additional assistance. I'll tell you, 90% of the time, the recommendations of the game is good. The remaining 10%, it often would not cost you the game. It just means you might need to take that action next round instead or something like that. But no biggie, no biggie. Okay? As you get more and more advanced and as you learn more and more the mechanics of the TCG, you'll find yourself occasionally changing which dice to pay for which effect. But for the most part, you will just be relying on what the game recommends that you use. Alright? Do you have any questions regarding paying costs? If you don't have a question, I do. Can I overpay for a card? I know that sounds weird, that sounds crazy, and maybe as it stands in the Genshin Impact TCG, there's really no reason to. But the short answer is no. If a card costs just 1 Geodice, I can't overpay by using, let's say, 2 Geodice or 1 Geo plus something else. You can't overpay. You also cannot underpay. You cannot underpay. So I cannot play Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock for free. Okay? There are cards and there are effects that reduce the cost of other cards. We'll get to that later when we check the cards in the card pool of the TCG. But normally, you pay what's written on the card. Or you pay what's written on the skills. Or you pay what's written on the bar in the bottom right. Okay? One more bit of UI that's pretty useful would be the elemental dice above and below the hourglass button, the end round button on the left side of the screen. The blue dice, the one on top, tells you how much elemental dice your opponents still have. It won't tell you the breakdown of the dice, it just tells you they still have 8. The one on the bottom is your elemental dice. I have 8 in this case. This is also reflected here on the upper right corner of the screen. On top of your elemental dice list, it also says 8. Redundancy is really good in UI design, by the way. Small side note. Redundancy is good in UI design because, for example, why would I be looking on the right side of my screen? Oh, probably because I want to see the contents of my dice pool. Having a number that tells me exactly how many dice I have in that side of the screen is very good, therefore. So I could very quickly see, oh, do I even have enough to pay for this card? Oh, I only have 1 dice left? Okay, then probably I can't. Okay? I don't even need to look at the constituents of my dice pool. Why would it be good to have the dice count also on the end round button? Or you might be thinking, how many more elemental dice does my opponent have compared to how much I have? Do they have less than me? Does that mean they're going to end the round before me? Does that mean they're going to take the first action next round? I don't want that. So, I don't want to move my head left to right just to compare how much dice my opponents have versus how much dice I have. So it's good to have the number of your dice also on the left side of the screen. Redundancy is good. Redundancy is good in UI design. Too much redundancy is bad, of course. You know, too much of anything becomes horrible, becomes bad. But yeah, for the most part, redundancy is good. Okay. Finally, we'll take our action. No, finally, we'll take our action. So, we already played Small Paimon. I also want to play Strategize for no reason. Let's just play it. I play Strategize. Strategize is a card. It costs 1 white die. It's an event card that says draw 2 cards. And I did. I also want to play Star Signs. I drew it off of Strategize. Star Signs is another event card that costs 2 gray dice that says your current active character gains 1 burst energy. So let's do that. I'm paying for it. I'm just using the recommendation of the game. That's fine. My Yoimiya therefore gains 1 burst energy. 1 burst point. Okay. Now, Yoimiya, I want you to now use your elemental skill. So I'm going to, not elemental skill, your normal attack. So I'm going to click on the normal attack button. Do I have enough energy? Do you have enough elemental dice to pay for it? 100%, definitely. I can select, I can preview, right? Sorry, not select. I can preview how much damage it would deal. So the description says it deals 2 physical damage, but in reality, it's only gonna deal 1 to my opponent's character because it has an effect that's protecting it at the moment. We'll cover these effects later. But once I'm satisfied, I'll just click on the attack button again to confirm. And then boom, I dealt my damage. I shot my shot. Okay, so my opponent is now taking their action, playing a bunch of cards. I'll explain what that card is later. We'll cover these cards later. It's too early to be discussing these. There you go. They took their action and then I was dealt 2 damage. Did you notice something, chat? Did you notice something? As soon as I confirmed my normal attack a while ago, my opponent started to take actions. And then as soon as they confirmed their normal attack, I'm now allowed to take my actions. See, the TCG is not just played in terms of rounds, but also in terms of turns within rounds. It's a turn-based card game after all. So, we have rounds that last for as long as players can take actions. And you have turns. Turns end when a player either takes a character action, normal attack, elemental skill, or burst, or if I change my active character. We'll talk about changing active characters later. If I change my active character, say for example, if I promote Noel to be my active, my turn ends and my opponent can start taking actions. The final way to end your turn is to end the round. If I end the round, then my opponent is now free to take as many turns as they want until they can't take any actions anymore. Does that make sense? Does the turn-based nature of the game make sense to you now, chat? For me, this is reminiscent to Legends of Runeterra, another card game that I used to play. That was a really good card game, but it's really quite complex. Despite its complexity though, I think it's still very easy to watch when you're watching other people play it. Unlike Artifact, sorry, throwing shade at Valve's attempt at a card game. Unlike Artifact, right? I think Legends of Runeterra nailed the complexity to watchability ratio really, really perfectly. Alright. So, Yoimiya, let me show you something. Yoimiya currently has 2 burst points. Her burst costs 3 pyro dice and 2 burst points. I could satisfy the burst point cost, but not the elemental dice cost. That's unfortunate. Why can't I? Because I only have 2 Omni dice left at the moment. I require 1 pyro dice at the very least. Right? Because remember, Omni dice can pay for any color, any element. So I literally only need 1 extra pyro. So you might think, oh, I cannot pay that cost. Let me show you a specific mechanic that will allow you to do so, okay? But first, I might need to play a card from my hand. I have in my hand a card called Elemental Resonance Woven Stone. It's an event card that costs 0 that says create 1 Geo die. It has an extra requirement. You must have at least 2 Geo characters in your deck to add this card to your deck, but that only matters in deck building, which we will cover later. For now, the important thing is that it costs 0 that creates 1 Geo die. Right? You might be thinking, okay, that's cool. We'll make 1 Geo die and we'll do that now. I'll play this card. So to play a card from your hand, you literally just drag it from your hand into the board. Make sure it lands on the board. Make sure it lands on the board. There's one section of the screen where if you drag your card to that, something else happens. I know this because there's a certain... I have a certain friend who would drag their small Paimon into that section of the screen instead of playing small Paimon on the board. So anyway, just make sure that if you're gonna play a card from hand, you drag it from your hand to the board itself, not anywhere else. Right? So, what's this other mechanic that I'm referring to? So right now, I have 3 pyro. I need 3 pyro dice to play Ryukin Saxifrage. Right? But I have 2 Omni and 1 Geo. Click as I might on the lower left button, it even tells me, pay 3 pyro. You don't have 3 pyro. But I do. The game has a mechanic called Elemental Tuning. Elemental Tuning. It's not an advanced mechanic. It's actually a vital, very important mechanic in the game that allows you to change the color of one of your dice into the color of your active character. I say color. I use the word color and element interchangeably. Apologies. So let me say that using proper terms. It changes the element of one of my dice to the element of my active character if I use this elemental tuning mechanic. It is important to note that I cannot change an Omni dice into, say, a Pyro dice using this mechanic because it doesn't make sense. Omni can pay for everything. There's no reason to turn it to Pyro. So, in this case, what I want is to change this 1 Geo dice to Pyro. So how do I do elemental tuning? I can select any card in my hand that I don't particularly like anymore. Let's say Mushroom Pizza. I don't really need to use this card right now. So what I will do is I will click and drag it to the right side of my screen. Notice a new icon appears. Right? A new icon appears. You see it? I can't hover over it because I guess I can. Right, there it is. Do you see the new icon? That icon tells me that if I continue with this action and if I keep dragging to the right, this card, Mushroom Pizza, will be used for elemental tuning. So let's do that. I'll click. Boom. It's elemental tuning Pyro. Look at the overlay. Right side of the screen says I have to select which elemental dice to tune. In this case, I am tuning the Geo dice. What will it turn into? Sorry. That's kind of a visual bug, isn't it? it says Elemental Tuning Pyro. So it should now turn to, oops, I clicked the wrong button. Let me do that again. Yeah. So now it's gonna turn Geo to Pyro. I'm gonna turn the Geo dice to Pyro. Meaning, if I go forward with this action and I click Elemental Tuning, the Dendro dice, the Geo dice turns into Pyro. Now I have enough elemental dice to pay for my burst, which I am now going to do. So I have enough elemental dice to pay. I have enough energy points to pay. I can now use my burst. Notice, when I use my burst, my turn is over and my opponent takes their turn. What are they going to do? They also tuned and then they did the elemental thrust attack. It's now my turn. I have no more dice left to take any actions. I can't attack. I can't play any cards from my hand. I can't tune either. So, I can now just end my round. And I do so by clicking the end round button and then I confirm. It also tells me that I will go first in the next round, which I would like, actually. So let's end the round. Oops, end the round. I will now start first, then my opponent takes an action. They have no more dice as well, so they have no choice but also just end their round. So now it says, I attack first. I attack first. That's great. So, again, this is strategy, but for this round, I will show you how to switch active characters, because I would like now to start attacking and taking actions using Noel, no longer Yoimiya. Okay? So, Noel is Geo, so it makes sense that I want to keep my Geo dice and my Omni dice and re-roll the rest. So I'm doing that now. I'm selecting just the dice that I want to re-roll. You only get one re-roll per roll phase. Let's roll the rest. That's not good, but it's not that bad either. I got 2 Omni dice, 2 Geo dice, 2 Animo dice, and then 1 each of Pyro and Dendro. I can work with that. I can work with that. So I did say I want to change to Noel. So how do you change active characters? You click on a character on standby, a character on the back row, and then you click the button on the lower right hand corner of the screen. It says set or switch character. Switch character, sorry. My bottom banner thing is covering the cost, but switching costs 1 gray die, meaning 1 die of any color. Why is it gray and not white? A while ago, no, we saw cards that cost 1 white die. For example, Lotus Flower Crisp is 1 white. Why is the switching, why does it cost 1 gray? There are cards and there are effects that increase the cost of switching. Okay, again, it's fun when card mechanics, when you know what's written on the card breaks the rules. And there is a card, I hate that card. I hate that card because I really like to switch characters when I'm playing this game. I hate that card does this, right? But there are cards that increases the cost of switching. So if this became 2 and if this became 2 white instead of 2 gray, how oppressive is that? It's so hard to retreat if that were to happen. It's so hard to switch characters. That's why it's 2 gray. You know what I'm referring to, no? I absolutely hate that card. But I love using it, so I hate playing against it because it ruins some of my strategies. But I like playing the card too because it's really good. Dems the breaks, I think. So, normally, if I want to switch, I just pay 1 gray die or 1 die of any color. I drew a card, by the way, called Dawn Winery. It's a support card. We'll discuss support cards and event cards later. It's a support card that costs 2 white die. And it says, when you perform switch character, spend one less elemental die. If I play this now, I could switch for free, essentially. It has a extra text that says once per round, meaning I can only ever switch for free once per round. But yeah, because it's a support card, and again, we'll discuss support cards later, it stays on the field unless it's destroyed. So even though I'm spending 2 now to play this, it means for the next turn, the turn after, and the turn after that, I can switch for free once per round. It pays for itself for 2 rounds, and you're essentially getting bonus the rounds after that. So it's actually a pretty good card. For now, I don't want to use it. I just want to show you how to switch. So, click the switch button, select any dice, and I switch. Notice what happened. I passed my turn to the opponent. That's another cost of switching. You pass your turn over to the opponent. My opponent's now taking actions. Oh my god. Mago Kenki, for real, for real. Oh well. Okay. Now, what do I want to do? It's my turn again. I actually want to use my elemental skill. But I'm going to do something fun. This is advantage strategy. I want to play the card called... I want to play the card called Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock first. It's an event card that costs 1 Geo dice. During this round, after a character deals Geo damage, should there be any combat status on your side that provides a shield, grant one such status with 3 shield points. It's complex, but essentially what it's saying is I'm going to get more shield if I make a shield. Noel's skill is called Breastplate. Breastplate says deal 1 Geo damage and create 1 full plate. Full plate says grant 2 shield points to your active character. Right? So, if I use my skill now, I get 2 shield points. But if I use Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock first, before I use my skill, I get 2 plus 3 shield points. I get 5 shield. So I actually want that. So let's use this. Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock costs 1 Geo dice. I'm gonna pay 1 Geo dice. And then, to be even more annoying, look at this card. Look at this card. Look at this card. Lotus Flower Crisp. It's an event card that costs 1 white die, meaning 1 of, again, any color in this case. During this round, the target character takes -3 damage the next time. You take 3 less damage. I'm gonna play that as well. Now I get to select which character will be the target of the event card. I'll target my Noel. My Noel is now protected for 3 points. I'm gonna use my elemental skill. Remember, my elemental skill produces 2 shield, and then the Enduring Rock gives me 3 more shields for 5 shields, and thus I take 0 damage from my opponent's attack. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. My opponent used... what was it? Blustering Blade, I think. Okay. So, probably is a good time now to talk about summons. Some actions, some cards, some character actions, summons other things, right? In the case of Mago Kenki, his elemental skill Blustering Blade summons 1 Shadow Sword Lone Gale. Okay? So when Mago Kenki used his elemental skill Blustering Blade, we have a summon that's created here. So, summons have their own mechanics. Normally, they're just there to deal extra damage. Some summons protect you for a certain amount of points. But for the most part, they're there to deal extra damage at the end of the round. Okay? So, let's read the effect of Shadow Sword Lone Gale to see what it does. Shadow Sword Lone Gale is a summon. It says, at end phase, deal 1 animo damage. Usages 2. So a few things to parse here. First, its effect. End phase, deal 1 animo damage. We have not discussed the end phase, no? But we have already experienced it. The end phase happens when both players end their respective rounds. I end my round, my opponent also ends the round, then the end phase happens. During the end phase effects are resolved. In this case, Shadow Sword Lone Gale will deal 1 animo damage to the current active character of the opponent. In my case, it will deal 1 animo damage to my Noel at end phase. Okay? If there are other summons, then they will also deal their damage in sequence. What's the sequence? From left to right, then top to bottom. So there could be many summons here, and they will deal their damage in sequence, or they will deal their effects in sequence if their effects trigger at end phase. Right? If their effects happen at end phase. If I have summons, then those effects will happen too. If they're meant to happen during the end phase. Now, Anima mentioned already a while ago, but if you end your round first, then your summons do their actions first. Again, if those actions are meant to happen during the end phase. I think right now, 95% of summons have effects that trigger at end phase. Not all of them do. So, yeah. So, are we clear with the abilities of summons before we talk about usages? Right, I don't think there are. So, for usages, look at the summon card on the board. It has like this little hourglass thing that says 2. That number corresponds to however many more usages does that summon have left. It essentially means, okay, Shadow Sword Lone Gale will deal 1 animo damage at end phase for 2 end phases. After this end phase, if I end my round now, my opponent also ends the round. The next round, the usages will be reduced by 1. Because Shadow Sword Lone Gale has already dealt its 1 animo damage once. There are cards in the game that allow you to add more usages to a summon. I also love that card. There are also cards in this game that allow you to destroy summons. I also happen to like that card. Okay? But for now, unfortunately, we can't do anything about this. I don't have any more actions that I would like to take. Oh, there's one. Liben, a support card, is free. So I might as well just play Liben. By the way, I'll read the effect of Liben. Liben's support card that says, at end phase, collect your unused elemental dice, max 1 of each elemental type. When action phase begins, action phase is after the roll phase. So after you roll your dice for the round, you go to the action phase. If this card has collected 3 elemental dice, draw 2 cards and create 2 omni-element dice. Then discard this card. Discard this card. Essentially get rid of it. Okay. So let's end our round now because I have nothing else I would like to do. Our opponent would most likely, it's Magokenki. We know what Magokenki does. Well, some of you already know what Magokenki does. I hate Magokenki. Oh, I did not. Okay, that's cool. I thought I was gonna use its other elemental skill. Its other elemental skill, Frosty Assault, summons Shadow Sword Galloping Frost. Another samurai like this, but deals cryo damage instead. Super annoying. Incredibly annoying. What do I want to do this round? This turn, I want to continue attacking with Noel. Ideally, use my burst. Looking at my cards in hand, I have one more of the Elemental Resonance Woven Stone card. that adds 1 extra Geo die. I have a bunch of other cards that I may or may not use this round. The first die roll gave me 1 Omni, 3 Hydro, 2 Dendro, and then 1 each of Cryo and Animo. What a horrible set of dice. I ideally would want to have Geo. So I'll reroll everything except the Omni. There's no reason to reroll the Omni. It's Omni. It's anything. Oh, that's a whole lot better. So, I ended up with 3 Omni and then 1 each of Pyro, Geo, Cryo, Hydro, and Dendro. I don't care for the Pyro, the Cryo, the Hydro, and the Dendro. I care for the fact that I have 3 Omni and 1 Geo. What do I want to do this round? I think I just wanna keep using Breastplate to improve the defenses of my Noel. Remember that Breastplate gives me full plate, which gives 2 shield points. I think I also want to play the Parametric Transformer support card. Let me read its effect. It costs 2 gray. When either side uses a skill, if elemental damage was dealt, this card gains 1 qualitative progress. 1 point, essentially. The Genshin cards, they tend to be a bit wordy like that. It's essentially just 1 point. When this card gains 3 points, 3 qualitative progress, discard this card, then create 3 different basic elemental dice. I want to do this because I want to have extra dice this turn. I want you to take note of that. I want to have extra dice this turn. Dice, elemental dice is the lifeblood. It's the primary resource of Genshin Impact TCG. If you don't have dice, you can't take any actions. So you want to have as much dice as possible. Which is why any card that generates extra dice tends to be quite good. I will now play the Parametric Transformer card. Then I want to deal elemental damage, so I'm going to use Breastplate to give me more shields. Got a bunch of shield there. My opponent is playing a bunch of other cards. I don't really quite care. 0 damage to my Noel. Let's go. Unfortunately, I don't have enough elemental dice to use my burst. I would love to use burst now, but I don't have enough. I need 4 Geo and 2 burst points. I have 2 burst points, but I don't have enough Geo. Even if I play my Elemental Resonance Woven Stone card from hand, it will not be enough because I would have 1 of each of Omni, Geo, Pyro, and Dendro. I only have 1 other card in hand, so I can't tune for 4 Geo. So, I guess my best course of action is to just play the Dawn Winery card. Yeah, I'll just play Dawn Winery. And then I will end simply my round. I will be moving first next round. Elemental Burst, go ahead. Do your worst. My Noel has a bunch of shields. My Noel lives at 7 HP. I love Noel. 6 HP. It doesn't matter. I love Noel so much. She can literally carry TCG game solo. Just like her in-game counterpart could also carry game solo. Okay. Let's see what I want to do here. Like I said, I want to keep using Noel to pile on the damage and the shields. So I will roll everything else apart from my Geodice. Alright. Ooh, another one of the Enduring Stone. Also, my Liben got destroyed because am I still didening? Aw. I'm still reading through the effects, don't worry. So, notice what happened during the action phase. My Liben got sacrificed. My Liben got discarded. That's because my Liben has accumulated 3 elemental dice. And so Liben gave me, as bonus, 2 Omni dice and 2 extra cards in hand. Notice, therefore, I now have 4 Omni dice, 2 Geo dice, 2 Cryo, and 2 Electro. This is perfect for what I want to do this round. So, first, I would play Timmy because Timmy is free and literally Timmy, it's a free card to play. I used to not like Timmy. I used to think Timmy is kind of meh. But I've turned around. I think Timmy is pretty good. Timmy is pretty good. I also might want to play my weapon card on Noel. Because why not? Keep a weapon on Noel. And then I want to use Sweeping Time. My burst. As a dutiful maid would. My parametric transformer also triggers. Perfect, perfect. Doing a lot of things. Except, well, you're still gonna use your skill. Okay, no problem. No problem. And then, what do I want to do now? I want to play Small Paimon so I could get more Omni Dice. We already explained what Small Paimon does a while ago. Then I would play... No, I don't need to play that now. I'll just normal. So, one of the effects of Noel's Burst is... when you use your normal attack, you use 1 less Geo die, but this is only once per round. Hence, my normal attack costs 0 Geo and 2 of any color. I'll just use the 2 Electro Dice for this to get rid of Mago Kenki. And I think I could also get rid of this other guy. Switch to Mona. Oh no! Oh well, I think not then. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I could breastplate, but I could also just normal. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'll just normal. Deal as much damage as I can this round. Yeah, I'll do that.
Delved into destiny.
I think I'll survive. No, I might die. No. Okay. I don't want Noel to die. This will deal 1 animo damage. This is going to deal 1 extra damage, but they will reaction. So that's... We'll cover reactions later, but I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that's 1 extra. So 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of damage. I don't want any of that for my Noel. I don't want Noel to die yet. So, Ningguang, take the stage. Noel, take Ningguang, take the damage for now. That's all right. That's all right. I'm gonna end my round. Declares the end of the round too. Okay. Swirl. It's getting kind of dangerous. My Yoimiya is dying. See how Swirl dealt damage to non-active characters, to standby or back row characters? That's a scary thing. You should be watching out for that. That type of damage actually pierces through shields. So, kind of annoying, kind of annoying. Okay. Alright, that's pretty good. I want as much Geo Dice as possible. Most likely Mona is gonna use her burst, so I want to set up some defenses. Jade Screen it is. I'll use Jade Screen. Jade Screen! Give up. Okay, first, decided by destiny. Illusory Bubble is now active. Illusory Bubble essentially doubles the next instance of damage. Annoying, but it's fine. We'll live. We'll live. We'll live. What do I want to do? I still want to do as much damage as possible with Ningguang, so I will tune. And then I will use another shield. Jade Screen. Don't waste my time. And then I will end my round and then that's it. Ah! Goodbye, Ningguang. 15 damage. Okay. Set this.
you wish.
I think I'm gonna win next round. Maybe? I think I can. 2. Will you still be able to attack? I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe we'll lose. We'll see. Mona's burst is pretty powerful. It doubles the amount of damage of the next instance of damage. I need to deal a lot of damage this round. We'll see, we'll see. We're close to losing, but faith, rage. Sbev, believe, believe. Oh my god, really? You're gonna do this to me when I'm demoing effects to my dear students? Come on, man. Come on, TCG. Come on, TCG. Okay. Shields first. Shields up. I don't want to use Timmy for that purpose. Let me use this effect first. And then this effect next. Give me more shield points. Give me shields. Let's go.
Steady as stone.
Steady as stone. I have 6 shield points. That's gonna deal 0 damage, man. Have you not learned yet, old man? What if I burst here? I won't heal. I can heal if I normal. If I normal plus I use this, nah, that's not gonna be affected, right? Okay, I'll just normal. Nope. I'll play this first. Could help, could help. And then I normal. Heal me for 1 extra point. I'll burst next round. Switch to Mona. Okay. And I'll play Timmy, and then I will end my round. Because I can't do anything anymore. I have 6 points of shield. Go ahead. Find a way to break it. I dare you. Okay, you did. Actually, no, it did not. I still have 4 points of shield left. Okay, okay. I still have 3 points of shield left. Okay, okay. I forgot Genshin as a Mona too. What do you mean? The TCG? The TCG? Come on, give me Geo dice. Ah! P5R as a Mona. Right, right, right. Oh my god, really? No Geo dice? You're gonna do this to me, card? Ay, ay, ay. How do I win with the cards that I have in my hand? Could normal kill this guy. I could normal, but I won't have enough damage to take out the Fatui Pyro agent. But if I don't normal, if I use my shield, I won't have enough dice to do my final normal. If I tune with both, I would have to hope that this transformer spits out some Geo dice. I could literally just hold on to for next round too, so I have a good amount of shield, but I want more. If I attack, do I heal? No, I don't. If I attack, I kill. If I use this, I also kill. But then this one will burst, and that's scary. The burst is pretty scary. 6 pyro damage. My only way to live here is to hope that my parametric transformer gives me Geo dice. It should. It will, right? Right? It will, right?
My reckoning has
Give me more shield. There you go. Shield me. Wait, why did it not give me more shield? It should have. Oh well. Am I dead? I'm dead. Ah.
They still
No. What? You healed? For real, for real. Okay, I think I lose. I think I lose. It's okay, it's okay. I was demoing the moves. Macri tough to beat with that Magoken Kimono combo. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. I can beat him, but that's fine. The stealth is annoying. Normal attack. That's alright. That's alright. I think I demonstrated all of the rules and all of the mechanics through that game. Is there anything I missed? So summons we covered, turns and rounds we covered, ending the round we covered. We didn't particularly cover all of the elemental reactions, but that's fine. We'll discuss that in a bit. We covered attacking using skills, using your burst points. We covered life totals. We covered elemental dice, how to pay for costs. I think the only thing I did not really explicitly mention, but I think you noticed, is that at the start of every round, you also draw 2 extra cards. I forgot to mention that, but other than that, I think we covered all of the rules, right? So, hey, good afternoon, good afternoon. Oh. Okay. So, we've already covered, we did an overview, and then we covered the objectives and the rules. Next, I think we talk about resources. Okay, let me just take a quick break and then we'll do resources, okay? Quick break. I will just hydrate. It's okay. At least nag-attend, diba? At least nag-attend. Yesterday, I accidentally cut my finger, my thumb. It's a very clean cut, so it's pretty clean. It's not bleeding profusely. And I think it only ever so slightly pierced through the epidermis layer. So it's only very slightly bleeding. I thought it was fine already this morning when I removed the band-aid. It technically was, but because of all of my movement, I may have reopened it ever so slightly. So I'll deal with this first. I'll be back in like a few minutes. Okay, I have returned. Apologies for that delay. I had to deal with the cut on my finger. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. It's just it's annoying. I had to put some band-aid on it. It's fine. I also had to rehydrate a little bit because my throat is getting a little scratchy. Still getting a little dry. In my other work, I don't often talk for this long without taking a break. We've been chatting along for like the past almost 2.5 hours now, 2 hours 15 minutes. So, okay. Next in the agenda are resources. Resources. Now, see, in game design, it's important to pay attention to the resources that you are allowing your players to make use of. Resources often fuel mechanics. They serve as limiters to how much you could use a particular mechanic. Okay? And they often are what your players strategize around. When you're designing a game, your players often strategize around the resources that you allow them to accumulate, to gather, to expend, to turn into other resources, okay? Often as well, although you may not think of it as such, it's also the resources that dictate if you have already won or if you have already lost. For example, in the case of the Genshin TCG you saw a while ago, you lose if you're able to reduce all of your opposing characters' hit points to 0. You may not think of it as such, but hit points is actually a resource in the Genshin TCG. It's a resource because you strategize around it, you accumulate hit points. For example, when you heal your characters, you expend hit points. When you take an action, right? You probably don't think, oh, okay, how am I expending hit points when I'm taking action? Well, for example, if you recall the last game we played, when we used a normal attack, right? When we used, for example, Yoimiya's normal attack, we're also leaving Yoimiya open to a counterattack. So in that sense, we are actually expending Yoimiya's hit points, right? We're converting Yoimiya's hit points to other resources. In this case, Yoimiya's hit points, it was effectively being turned into burst points, right? It's being turned into burst points because in that exchange, Yoimiya used her normal attack, right? Yoimiya used her normal attack. You get 1 burst point. But in exchange, Yoimiya gets hit by whatever the opponent decides to do. Will they do a normal attack? Will they use an elemental skill? Okay? So in that sense, you are using hit points as a resource. Or you're using Yoimiya's hit points as a buffer in order to get to a particular end. In this case, the end is so that Yoimiya could use her burst eventually. Okay, so let's go back to the game and I'll show you some of the more common resources in the TCG, but also some resources that you might not be thinking of as resources. I think it's important to discuss this before we go to other discussions about the TCG, especially building decks, and in the future when we discuss strategies on turn 1, what to do at certain situations in the game. Okay, so let's go back to the game now. All right, so wait, I am still not on screen. Wait. I could actually keep myself hidden for a while so I don't block anything. How do I best show this? Okay, let's start another game. I'll just concede after I've shown you all of the things I need to show. Where did I go anyway?
Genius Invocation TCG's rule set is very complex.
I disappeared. I'm invisible. No, I'm still here. Look. No worries. I'm still here. Look. I just need to poop. There you go. I'm back. But I'm hiding myself for now because I might block certain things on screen. I went to space again. What space? What are you talking about? I don't remember any such. Okay, I'll use the same comp for now. I just want to show you some of the resources, common resources and uncommon resources, for the TCG. I'll do it whatever in hand. This is fine. Doesn't matter. And then, again, we draw 5 cards, select my first character, and then... I knew that there'd be side effects from going to space, but don't recall Amnesia being one of them. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't recall going to space. When did I go to space? What space? Anyway, let's go back to the topic. So, the obvious resources would definitely be your dice, right? I mentioned already a while ago, it's the lifeblood, it's the fuel that drives the TCG, and it really is, right? You can't take actions if you don't have elemental dice. Literally, the only actions you can take are free actions, and often those free actions aren't that impactful. Okay? So, first important resource, your elemental dice. Like I said a while ago, resources are what you strategize around. So, it's smart to, if you're gonna make certain plays, if you're planning certain plays for a turn, it's smart to think about how much dice in total will they cost you. You could also plan ahead in terms of colors. I personally just count, okay, I have 8. I want to play this, and this. Okay, that's a total of 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, then maybe I could. And then that's when I check for colors. Oh, this costs 2 similar color dice. This card costs 2 similar color dice. This card costs 2 different color dice. And this card costs 1 geo dice. So I now check. Do I have enough of that combination of dice to play these 4 cards? Okay. But I guess the bottom line here is you would normally want to strategize well around the elemental dice that you currently have. Apart from the dice, another resource that you might not think of immediately as resource are the cards that you have in your hand. Okay, they are resources because you could expend them by playing them. You could accumulate them by either naturally drawing cards at the start of every round. Remember, every round you draw an additional 2 cards, or by playing cards that allow you to draw extra cards. This is why Strategize is such an important card in the TCG. It's because by playing Strategize, you draw another 2 cards. Now, I think this is a good junction. Good point. What's the term for it? I think now is a good time to discuss how mechanics can convert one resource to another. So in this case, strategize is not free. And as it should. Strategize increases the number of cards in hand by 1, not by 2. I know it says draw 2 cards, but think about it. You play strategize, that's -1 card in hand, but then you draw 2 cards, so that's +2. Effectively, +2 minus 1 is just +1, right? So you're increasing the number of cards in hand by 1. So as it should, it has to have some cost, right? And that cost is 1 dice. So for the low price of 1 die, you get 1 extra card in hand, and you get to look at 1 other card from the top of your deck. So you're turning strategize into 2 fresh new cards. Okay? So, in this case, the mechanic of playing strategize converted 1 dice into 2 cards. Okay? 2 new cards. So, apart from the fact that the cards in your hand give you options, right? They allow you to do certain actions. The cards in hand are also an important resource because they facilitate elemental tuning. We saw already a while ago how important elemental tuning is. In fact, I lost the previous game against Makri because the final 2 rounds, I did not roll enough geodice to do a burst and some extra normal attacks, right? The game did not give me the right color of dice. And it also just so happened that at that point in the game, I didn't have enough cards in my hand to do elemental tuning. So, this is why it's important that you pay attention to the number of cards that you will have in your hand. Not only for the effects individually of the cards, but also so you could take actions via elemental tuning. Okay? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, chat? Now, this is a bit of an advanced topic. Probably TCG 202, not TCG 101. But in other card games, in MTG, in Pokemon, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, even in digital card games like Hearthstone or Legends of Runeterra, if you listen to content creators, if you listen to veteran players of those games, you might hear the term card advantage. Card advantage. Card advantage is it's a complex topic, but it essentially means the core tenet of it is the more cards you have in hand, the more options you have, right? So this is why cards that allow you to draw into other cards is of high value in a lot of different card games. Panda mentioned a while ago that Strategize is a slightly worse version of Pot of Greed. And it actually is, right? Pot of Greed literally costs 0, but you get to be +1 in cards in hand. Okay? Strategize costs 1 dice, but you also get to be +1 in hand. But in either case, both cards I think are of premium value to the card game that they belong in. In Magic the Gathering, sometimes we put a card in our deck not because the effect is super strong, but because apart from a generally okay effect, it also allows us to draw 1 extra card. Okay? So, remember, there is... So, in Magic the Gathering, we don't have it in TCG, in the Genshin Impact TCG. But in Magic the Gathering, we have cards that say counter target spell. Counter target card. Meaning, it essentially says, okay, I'm gonna play something, let me counter that. So that card, your opponent's card, essentially, the card that has been countered is invalidated. It's just destroyed. Its effect doesn't happen, right? Its effect doesn't happen. Now, counter spells, this is what we call those cards that counter other cards. Counter spells in Magic come in so many different flavors, but the most sought after are counter spells that are slightly narrow or slightly the effect is slightly worse, but they replace themselves because you draw extra cards, right? In Magic, we have a card literally called Counter Spell, whose effect is just counter target spell. But we also have another card in Magic called Remand. Remand. The effect of Remand is counter target spell, but return that spell back to its owner's hand. So they could cast it again if they have the ability to. If they have resources to cast the card again, they could, right? But players value Remand over counter spell. Why? Because Remand has the additional text that says, draw a card. Counter spell, if you play it, you go, the term is 1-for-1. You use one of your cards to deal with one of your opponent's cards. 1-for-1. Remand is also 1-for-1, but you replace Remand. So it's almost 1-for-0. It didn't cost you anything to counter the spell of your opponent because you'd get to draw a card. It's essentially 0-for-0 because your opponent can cast the spell again. It goes back to their hand. But it's better to be 0-for-0 than 1-for-1 because at least you're not expending extra resources. Also, there are cases where, yeah, the spell goes back to the opponent's hand, but they don't have the resources to cast it again. But you still probably would have another powerful, maybe another counter spell in hand because you drew an extra card by playing Remand. Okay, so anyway, point of the matter is the number of cards in hand, while it's not a direct indicator of who's going to win, is a good indicator of who's currently winning. Because if you have more resources, then you would most likely win. Okay? So that's why cards in hand is an important resource and why card advantage is a thing. It's why it's an important concept in card games. That said, all of that said, there is somewhat of a debate happening right now among the TCG circles about how important strategize is as a card, how important running strategize draw 2 cards is in any of your decks. And I personally have gone back and forth on this. When the sorry, hydrate. Okay. When the card game was first spoiled and I was going through the cards, I immediately overreacted to strategize. For one cost, you get to draw 2 cards. Because, again, it reminded me of Pot of Greed from Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is an extremely broken card, right? So in my mind, thank you for the posture check. In my mind, I was thinking strategize is gonna be OP. And then I actually looked at other cards that draw you other cards. So Libin, maybe Timmy. What's the name of the other? I don't run that card often, so I don't remember its name. The one where if you deal damage, you put counters, and then if you have enough counters, draw. Anyway, cards that draw you other cards. I immediately looked at the card list, identified cards that draw you at least more than 1 card. Not Parametric Transformer. The other one. I think it's Iron Tongue, Tian, or Chang the Ninth. One of those 2. I forget which one. It escapes me off the top of my head. But I immediately gravitated towards those cards. Cards that allow you to draw other cards. Okay, Chang the Ninth, I think, is the one. Yeah. So, I immediately thought, okay, all of these cards would be staples. And while that necessarily did not happen, okay. So it's Liu Su and Iron Tang Tian both give energy. So it might be Chang the Ninth. It's probably Chang the Ninth. I kind of remember being extra impressed with Chang the Ninth because you're dealing damage normally anyway. So it's like literally free. You draw 2 cards for free. That's what I was thinking of back then. Was kind of naive because I wasn't factoring how much the dice cost matter in the game. I was just thinking, it allows you to draw cards, so it must be good. After I played the game, first few days of playing the TCG, I was like, I overhyped the card draw spells. I overhyped Strategize, Chang the Ninth, Liwe Pavilion, what else? Liben, Timmy. I overhyped these cards, I think. And I thought, maybe they're not as good. Not staples at the very least. Not staples. But I have actually changed my opinion again on this. I think at the very least, Strategize is a staple. And almost every deck, if not every deck, should run 2 copies of Strategize. And here's my justification. Not only does Strategize draw you 2 fresh cards, convert Strategize into 2 different cards, it also gives you 2 extra cards for elemental tuning at the very least. It also converts, and this is complex, sorry, this is advanced strategy, but hear me out on this. It also turns otherwise unplayable opening hands into acceptable opening hands. Say for example, a while ago, right, my 5 in hand, which I would have not kept my opening hand for this game. I would not have kept this opening, kind of horrible. But my opening hand was 2 Dawn Wineries, 1 Parametric Transformer, 1 Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock, and 1 Strategize, right? Normally, I wouldn't keep that opening hand. But say, for example, I already did my mulligan thing, and that really was my opening hand. 2 Dawn Wineries, 1 Parametric, 1 Elemental Resonance, and 1 Strategize. That's a subpar hand. That's a subpar hand. 2 Dawn Wineries. What am I gonna do with that? Parametric Transformer. When I'm leading with Yoimiya, that does not really normally would like to deal elemental damage on the first round. In Elemental Resonance Enduring Rock, that gives me additional shield. But I'm not gonna be dealing geo damage at least until round 2. Right? So that 5, that starting hand would have been super horrible, but Strategize made it at least acceptable. So now I actually have Mask of Solitude Basalt, which is a very good accessory, good for setup on the first round, and I also get Timmy, another good card to have on your opening hand, because on round 3 you can just go off. Okay, so I still personally think decks should be running 2 copies of Strategize as much as possible. And then also Anima brings up a very good point. It also thins your deck. A little bit. In the TCG, you only get 30 cards in your deck. By adding Strategize, it allows you to look at 4 additional cards if you have 2 copies of it. It reduces your deck count to essentially 28. Roughly. It's not exactly that, of course. Right? And that means you get to your important spells. You get to your important cards faster. Right? That's another benefit of running 2 Strategizes. But of course, your opinion might be different here. You probably don't prioritize card draw as much. But here's what I recommend. if you're a beginner, if you're not sure about how to build decks yet, I suggest you always include at least 2 strategizes in your deck. Only cut one or cut both if you know what you're doing, right? If you're more confident with your deck building skills and you already know what you're going after, what strategies you're going after. And if you really think that strategize is slowing your strategy down somehow, or if it's not really that important, then you can choose to cut it. Okay? What else? What other resources are there that you may not probably think of are resources at first glance? Other cards that you may not think of as resource is active versus standby characters. I already mentioned how your hit points are resources because they act as buffer. They allow you to get to your strategies by essentially absorbing damage until you've built up enough other resources so you could do your strategy, right? But whoever is active and whoever is on standby is a very important resource too. Remember that when you switch characters, you pass your turn to the opponent. So you have to be mindful of who you currently have in the active spot and when you're going to switch your active for any character on standby. Do note that there are cards in the game that turns switching into fast actions, meaning the turn doesn't end if you perform a switch, right? So that actually also adds a little wrinkle to character switching as an additional resource. Now, what else? What other resources are in the game that you wouldn't normally think of as a resource? Timer. Of course, if I'm playing against an NPC, I don't have a timer. But if I'm playing PvP, there is a timer here. Timer is a resource because it limits the amount of time, essentially, you have to think about your strategy. So it incentivizes knowing what your deck wants to do, and it incentivizes being familiar with your strategy so you don't waste too much time like thinking about what you're going to do next. Yeah, I think those are and then of course the burst points, energy points for your characters. They're resources because, hey, you can't use your burst without them. There are cards that give you extra energy points. Currently, I don't think there are cards that take away energy points from your opponent. It'll be annoying if they eventually start including those cards, but I am here for it. Look, Hoyoverse, if you're listening to this very small content creator from this corner of the world, if you're listening, please, please give us cards. Please give us cards that reduce your opponent's burst points. I would love to run those cards. We're still talking about resources? Yep. About to wrap up with resources. So yeah. If you're listening, please hire me for Tears of Themis. Well. Oh, okay. A few more things. There's right, I almost forgot. There's one more. Actually, there's several more. Okay. Let's talk about support cards. Support cards live in the support zone of the field. So if I play this card, it'll appear here on this side. If I play this other card, also appear here on this side. And then if I play Timmy, it'll also appear here on this side, left side of the screen, right? Right. I can only have up to 4 support cards at any given time. So if I had maybe 2 other support cards in my hand, if I have 2 support cards in my hand, I play one. The next time I play, so the 5th support card I play, I have to select one support card to get rid of, or to sacrifice, or to discard, right? So if I have 5 support cards in hand, I've already played 4. If I played my 5th, I have to discard 1. Okay, so you just have to be mindful. It doesn't happen often, but there are times where you already have 4 support cards in play, but you really must play that other support card that you have in your hand. You have to decide which support card you want to discard. Okay? What else do we have? Summon counts. Summon counts. You can only have, I think, up to 4 summons as well. Your summons live on the right side of your board. If you have more than 4, the least recently summoned summon card will be discarded. Okay? I'll be discarded. And then, of course, the turn count, the usages of certain abilities, certain summons. For example, Mona's Mirror Reflection of Doom. It summons... Wait, is it Mirror Reflection of Doom? It is, right? Yeah, it summons Reflection. Reflection has only 1 usage. When that usage is depleted, it disappears. Some abilities, while they don't summon, they only have limited usages. Sweeping Time, for example, allows Noel to gain Sweeping Time. The Sweeping Time effect essentially increases your normal attack damage by 2 and converts your normal attack to Geo. However, you can only use it for 2 rounds. After the second round that it's active, it's done. It's gone. The effect is dispelled, essentially. Yoimiya has something similar, where for 2 rounds, if you used her burst, the effect of the burst happens for 2 rounds. Some characters, like... Actually, let's concede so I can show you these cards. Goodbye. I'm conceding Sucrose. You get a free win from me.
Great! All that strategizing paid off.
Speaking of strategize. Okay, so... Right, okay, so yeah, let's look at Razor. Okay, create new deck. Razor... is it Lightning Fang? Yeah, character against the Wolf Within. The Wolf Within is also the same as Noel's and Yoimiya's, where it's based on duration, based on rounds. I wanna show instead Kaya's burst, Glacial Waltz, creates an icicle. Icicle is based on switching. So if you switch, and if you've switched 3 times, then it is dispelled. Because it says, after you switch characters, deal 2 cryo damage, usages 3. So you get 3 switches before Icicle is dispelled. Kaya's burst is dispelled. But he slaps. Biglaan na lang nananampal. Well, you know what? When we go to the deck building part of today's 101 tutorial, why don't we build the Razor deck? I don't have a Razor deck. Yet, and I actually want to build a Razor deck because Razor decks are fun. But yeah. Is there anything else that I forgot? Any other resources that are not quite as obvious? I think that's all. So shall we talk about a little bit in brief? Cards that manipulate said resources. There are lots of cards in the TCG currently that allow you to gain more elemental dice per round. And I think they are of prime importance. If you're building any deck, you may wanna consider running cards that give you more elemental dice per round. Yes, you normally only have 8 elemental dice per round, but there are card effects that allow you to have more. Okay? From the weapons, sacrificial weapons, creates one elemental die of the same elemental type as the character the weapon is equipped to, right? Or reduce your opponent's elemental dice. I don't think we have anything like that yet, Anima. We don't have any cards that destroy opponent's elemental dice. Hoyoverse, if you're listening, give me that too. I would love to have a deck that runs cards like that. Right now, I don't think we have any, don't we? Unless I'm missing anything, we don't have cards that reduce opponent's elemental dice. In a way, freeze decks force your opponent to spend one elemental die. That's true. That's true. But not necessarily, especially if the active character is already protected behind barriers and shields. It won't really matter if you freeze them. So in a way, it's a mechanic that allows you to quote unquote destroy elemental dice by forcing them to spend that dice to switch. But it's not direct interaction. It's not direct, oh, I'll get rid of your elemental dice. I do want more interaction cards. Yeah. Interaction cards would be fun. Right now, I think it's smart that they did not include that much interaction cards just yet. I think it's smart that they didn't. Because it makes the game less complex. My turn is still distinctly different from yours. You only have a few cards that allow me to interact with your cards in play, with your cards in hand, with your actually not even cards in hand, just cards in play, right? So I think it's good for now. But for the longevity of the game, I think they have to start introducing more. It'll be fun. Mirror Maiden. Okay, let's look at Mirror Maiden. I guess in a sense, Mirror Maiden's refraction from Influx Blast could be viewed as effectively reducing your opponent's dice because isn't refraction? No, it's not refraction. Which one is it? Isn't it refraction? Takes 1 hydro damage. Which part of Mirror Maiden's kit causes retreat costs to increase by 1? Refraction, right? Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Let me put this so I could see. Yeah, this one. There you go. The mirror cage. Right, refraction with mirror cage. I guess in a sense, this sort of has the effect of effectively reducing the amount of elemental dice your opponents will have because retreating costs 2 instead of costing 1. But again, it's not directly destroy their dice. But this is what we currently have. That's why Hoyoverse, please. Hoyoverse, please. or like give me a card, Hoyoverse, that lets me convert my opponent's elemental dice to some other random dice. I don't know. Maybe that's OP. I might be asking for too much. But it'll be nice. It'll be nice to have. So anyway. Yeah, so be mindful when you're building your deck. Add cards that allow you to produce additional elemental dice. You have the sacrificial weapons. You have the gambler set. You have... Oh, you also have the elemental artifacts. This doesn't really give additional dice, but it reduces the cost of your character's skills by 1. So it's effectively +1 by minusing 1. It's better than +2. Actually, you know what? It's slightly better. No, actually, no, not really. It's once per round. Yeah, it's once per round. Spend 3 dice to destroy 3 of your opponent's dice. Take you down with me. Yup. That'll be fun. We also have Big Paimon. Big Paimon is the premier, for me, one of the premier cards that give you extra dice. Yeah. So make sure your deck runs a good amount of cards that give you extra dice per round. Don't confuse these cards with, say, Small Paimon or Toss Up. Small Paimon and Toss Up, they don't really add extra dice. Rather, they convert dice that you already have into other elemental dice. It's fixing rather than acceleration. What else? In terms of manipulating resources, they're manipulating cards in hand. We already know this. We have a bunch of card draw spells. We have Timmy. We have Liben. By the way, Timmy and Liben are good because they give you both an extra card and an extra die. In the case of Timmy, it gives you one of each. In the case of Liben, Liben can give you two of each. So they're plenty powerful in that regard. But also, wait, which one is it? It's Chang the Ninth, right? Where's Chang the Ninth? Where are you? Yeah, Chang the Ninth also gives you extra cards. Strategize, obviously. And then you also have Liyue Harbor Wharf also giving extra cards. Liben is Big Timmy. Liben is Timmy's father, confirmed. I mean, who knows? Maybe. Toss Up is also really good. Okay. My issue with Toss Up is its utility. I think Toss Up is the best use case for Toss Up is if you're stuck in a situation where you have you still have 6, 7, 8 dice left, but they don't match the colors that you need, and you don't have enough cards in hand anyway to tune. That's the best use case for Toss Up. And notice how niche that situation is. So, and how specific that situation is. You don't have enough cards in hand, you still have a bunch of elemental dice, they're not the right color, and you happen to have one Toss Up in hand. That's when it's the most useful. That's the best case. The worst case is you have one die left, and I don't know, you want it a particular color, so you use Toss Up for that one dice or two dice or something like that. This is why I am not a big fan of running Toss Up. I would rather run more card draw spells. At the very least, the cards that I draw I could use to tune. Maybe I just need to run Toss Up more. It is zero cost. It is zero cost. I get that. But at the same time, there's no guarantee that it'll give you the right colors, and you're still spending a card. You're still down one card. It costs 0, but you're still down one card in hand. And yeah, if you really think about it, how many times are you going to find yourself in a situation where you can't just tune for the right colors because you don't have enough cards in your hand? You have to use Toss Up. I know it's free. It's, okay, my dice are not the right color. I could just use it for free. I could re-roll a bunch of my dice. Still, there's no guarantee you're gonna get the color that you like. But you're still down one. And that's all that it does. That's all of its utility. And it's not guaranteed. I mean, I guess if you're still finding yourself with, being color screwed, right? Color screw meaning, you have lots of dice but they're not the right color. If you're still finding yourself color screwed even after running 2 small Paimons, then by all means add 1 or 2 Toss Ups in your deck. I'm not a fan. I'm personally not a fan. I kind of feel like I could be running other cards instead. if I'm really worried about being color screwed, I'll just run Libens and Timmies and Big Paimons, cards that give me Omni Dice. It's not a must-have card, yeah, but that's why it's, if I were to make a tier list of cards that fix my colors, toss-up would be like C tier at best. I run setup decks where round timing is important, so toss-up comes in handy in situations where you have to meet the timing. That's true. That's true if you're really like trying to meet timings because it's free, right? Because it's free. I'll try running it in more of my decks to see, but every time I drew it in the decks that I used to run toss-up, I've always been like unimpressed. Like, okay, it's toss-up. All right. Okay. I prefer running Knights of Avonius library instead, and then running a package of location cards along with 1 or 2 tubbies. Right? I kind of would prefer that over running toss-up. Like maybe something like 1 library, 2 tubbies, and then I get to run Libre Harbor Wharf for more card draw. I get to run an extra maybe Dawn Winery for free retreat costs, for free character switches. Yeah. You have both Knights of Avonius Library and toss-up. Okay. I suppose. I mean, I'm not against running it. It's just I personally am unimpressed, and that's why I don't usually run that. I find other ways to fix my colors, essentially. It just feels so narrow. That's why I don't run it. Yeah. What else? What other ways are there to manipulate resources? I think there are some skill cards that also manipulate your other resources. Yeah. But we're already heading into the territory of the next topic that I want to discuss. So let's go back to the Blackboard to review what we have already discussed. So we've covered the overview, objectives and rules, and resources. I think we've covered most, if not all, of the resources, even the niche ones that you might not be considering when you're building your deck. Let's talk about card types now, because we're already actually impinging into card type territory with our current discussion. So you might as well go back to the game. I think the best way to discuss card types would be to go to Prince, and then let's view the card provisions. So it also makes sense. I understand most of the time toss-up is just on my hand waiting. And right, that's what I don't like about toss-up. It gets stuck in my hand, and I'm almost always unimpressed by the card in my hand, by that card being in my hand. Like, I almost always want it to be something else. And while I've felt the same for Big Paimon, for example, even though I did say Big Paimon is a very important card, I've sometimes felt the same for Big Paimon or any of the location cards. It just feels underwhelming to me. Right. I feel like I could have designed my deck better in such a way that I could guarantee my colors, or I could guarantee Omni Dice. And I also found that color fixing, maybe it's because I run a lot of decks that normal attacks often. I am also kind of smarter when I would normal attack versus when I would use a skill. And so color fixing is not as important, because to normal attack, you just need to tune with one card, right? You only need to do elemental tuning once. And you could already just normal attack. And how many times can you realistically normal attack in a turn anyway? Also, I run Gambler set often, and so I have ways to generate Omni dice. So that's why I'm unimpressed with Toss Up. It just sits in my hand and it does nothing until the corner cases where it's the best card. And even then, it's not a guarantee. You play Toss Up and you have feel bads as well when you're not getting the right colors. I run Toss Up in my decks because I rely on skills. Yeah, I think one of the things I've learned playing the game for the past, ever since it's been released, is to reduce my reliance on elemental skills. They're strong. They often deal more damage than your normal attacks. But if you're just building to burst, right? If you're just setting up for the turn where you would burst, just use your normals. Instead of spending your elemental dice casting your skills. Or if you have to use your skill, use it once and then use your normal. You don't really need to keep using your skill to build up your burst. If you look at a lot of the character cards, can I get character cards from here? Can I view the character cards from here? I guess I could, right? Oh, I can't. Yeah. Also, I just run it in my Nook Guang deck for flavor. I mean, the card art is... Not gonna lie, the card art is pretty nice. Look at that. Card art is pretty. So, I don't blame you for running it in Ningguang decks for flavor. Ningguang is just beautiful. Ningguang is just hot. Not gonna lie, what can we do? Okay. Oh, you're gonna go to the doctor. Alright. Hope things go well. Okay, so about card types. So, we've already discussed character cards. Character cards are special because they allow you to do most of the actions that you will be doing in the game. They also determine win and lose conditions by having, they have hit points, right? And if the hit points go below 0, then you lose, etc. So those are character cards. Let's talk about the other cards. Let's talk about equipment, support, and event cards. Equipment cards fall under two categories. You have weapon cards, equip card weapons, and accessories or artifacts. I think those are the only equipment cards. Yeah. Each character in-game can be equipped with maximum of one weapon and maximum of one artifact. If you were to equip two artifacts on the same character, I think the previous artifact you equip gets discarded. Same with weapons. You have to be smart with which weapon and which artifact you want to put on any particular character. Okay? Weapons and artifacts have a variety of effects. Please do read through them in order to understand what to do with them or what you could do with them. I recommend if you're gonna run weapons, don't run the starter weapons. Magic Guides, Raven Bows, what else? White Tassel. White Tassel is also not so good. Traveler's Handy Sword. So I suggest not running these starter weapons because literally the only thing they do is to increase your damage by 1, which almost all of the other weapons do anyway. Their only advantage is they only cost 2. But from my point of view, if you're gonna run weapons anyway, run the splashier weapons. Run the weapons that do more than just increase your damage. Are you finding yourself not having enough dice? Run sacrificial weapons. Sacrificial weapons refunds elemental die. Right? Once per round. But still. The 3-cost weapons also have their own specific effects. Skyward Atlas, Normal attacks deal 1 additional damage on top of the character dealing 1 more damage. So normal attacks essentially deal 2 additional damage. Skyward Harp, I think, does the same thing. Wolf's Gravestone is extremely powerful. 1 damage, plus 1 damage, but it deals additional 2 if the target's remaining HP is equal to or less than 6. Now, note it doesn't say normal attacks. So, elemental skills and elemental bursts are also buffed by Wolf's Gravestone. Such an OP card. Spear users don't have sacrificial spears, but they do have lithic spears. It's very specific to Leeway, which is why I don't really use it. I don't know why that's a thing, but hey, I guess. Skyward Spine, more damage, similar to the other Skyward set. Aquila Favonia is also, oh my god, also secretly good, right? Like, I know, probably you already know that it's good, right? But it's a sneaky one because of the healing that it gives. It screws with combat math. You're thinking, oh, I could kill them next round. And then you use a skill, elemental skill, and they heal 1. And I'm like, ah. Oh. So, Aquila Favonia, sneakily good card. Sneakily good. Okay? Now, in terms of artifacts, this is not like official. I don't think it's labeled. I don't think it's called that. But I further divide the artifacts into 2. Okay? The first are the elemental artifacts. So you have Broken Rhymes Echo and Blizzard Strayer, Wine Stained Tricorn. All of these artifacts, their effects are pretty much similar. The 2-cost artifacts, the 2-cost version reduces your expenditure, elemental dice expenditure by 1 once per round. By the way, if you combine, say for example, the 2-cost version of these elemental artifacts with, say, a sacrificial weapon, once per round, one of your moves literally only costs 1 dice. Why? The artifact reduces the cost by 1, so you'll only spend 2, but you get refunded 1 dice because of the sacrificial weapon. So that's a combo that you may want to look into. It's not the most game-breaking combo, but hey, more dice means more actions, right? I'm not that big of a fan of the 3-cost version of these elemental artifacts. Really, the only thing it does, is guaranteeing colors. Like I said, I don't know why, but I've found ways to fix colors outside of 3-cost artifacts. So I don't really rely on these artifacts anymore. They're okay. If ever I run them in decks, I often find myself just using them for elemental tuning. I don't normally cast them. The 3-cost. See, in this game, right? This is another 202 concept, but in this game, there's a big difference with effects costing 3 versus effects costing 2. You'd think that, oh, it's just a 1 cost difference, right? It's just 1 cost. Witch's Scorching Hat is 2. Crimson Witch of Flames is 3. That's just 1 cost difference, right? But, oh, you would be wrong. In practice, that 1 extra dice could mean attacking 1 extra time, which means next round you have enough burst points, or just sitting there with 2 dice and not being able to do anything because you played the big 3-cost artifact. For what? To guarantee that you have your colors next round, when there are decks that actually don't want this guarantee because you're going to be switching to a different character anyway. So that's my opinion on these 3-cost elemental artifacts. I think they're not good. I don't think there's any reason to run them over the 2-cost version. I think you stick with the 2-cost version. experiment with the 3 cost, see if it works for you. I can see maybe like a mono pyro deck running Crimson Witch of Flames or something, but why would you run mono pyro anyway? I guess if you really like mono pyro, I guess you could. I guess there's no harm done. But I don't know. I personally find the effects of these 3 cost elemental artifacts underwhelming. Too underwhelming for the steep cost. Why do I say that it could mean the difference between being able to do 1 more attack versus just sitting there awkwardly with 2 dice left? Note that you normally have 8, right? 8 elemental dice per round. Normally, right? Normally. Skills and normal attacks also normally cost 3. So generally, you could use 2 normal attacks and skills plus you have 2 extra dice left, right? If I spend 3 of my dice, 3 of my precious 8 dice on a 3 cost artifact, I have 5 left. I only have enough dice for 1 attack or maybe 2 attacks, and I have 1 left that's kind of awkward. If I have instead the 2 cost version, I'll have 2 dice left, which could be good for switching, or if I have other effects, I could attack again or something like that. So, my opinion, just stick with the 2 cost version. Sorry, long-winded tirade, but Hoyoverse, please buff these 3 cost artifacts. they're essentially useless. I'm extremely unimpressed. If you value the opinion of this small streamer from this corner of this world, who am I naman? O, sino ba ako to say? But still, I think these are underwhelming. The other type of artifacts, by the way, are what I would call the generic but interesting artifacts. I love these artifacts. I love the fact that you normally wouldn't be running these artifact sets on your characters in the actual game, but in the TCG they're super useful, right? Like in the actual game, normally you'd run your Blizzard Strayers, your Crimson Witch of Flames, your normal artifact sets, but you'd normally not run Adventurers Bandanas or Lucky Dog Silver Circlet. But in the TCG, they're a more interesting set of artifacts. You can literally build decks around these artifacts. Like Adventurer's Bandana, heal self for 1 HP every time you use a normal attack. If you have a normal attack heavy decks that rely on normal attacking, and you find yourself like dying before you could use your strategy, try running 1 or 2 Adventurer Bandanas. That could save your life. That 1 extra HP per attack, if you're attacking twice per turn, or 3 times per turn if you have ways to reduce the cost of your normal attack. That's 3 HP not per turn, per round. That's 3 HP per round, right? 3 HP. 3 effective additional HP per character per round if you have Adventurer's Bandana. So, that's cool. Lucky Dog Silver Circlet. Some Noel carry decks run Lucky Dog Silver Circlet. That guaranteed 2 HP heal off of an elemental skill is super good. Like, imagine, right? Noelle gets a shield when she uses her skill. If she also heals a little bit of her HP as well, she becomes essentially unkillable. Traveling Doctor's Handkerchief. I rarely use this, but I guess if your deck is burst heavy, it could be useful. Gambler's Earrings is another staple. Oh my god. When I think it was Verxen who introduced this card to me and showed me how it works, I just can't stop running them in decks. If I could squeeze Gambler's Earrings, I would in almost any of my decks. Right? Except for Summoner style decks. Summoner style decks can't really utilize Gamblers. But in pure, normal attacking or skill-based decks, oh my god, Gambler's Earrings are so good. They're so good. Wait, let me Let me return myself here because I'm not blocking anything. I'm just going through the cards. There you go. Why is Gambler's Earring so good? If you score a kill, right? If you defeat one of your opposing characters, you get 2 additional dice. You get to take additional actions. Like, imagine this on a on a Ganyu deck. I've done that before, no? I put Gamblers on Ganyu, and I was able to score 2 defeats, right? 2 knockouts off of 1 Ganyu charge attack. I gained back 4 Omni dice, which allowed me to finish the game with 1 more normal. Gambler's Earrings is just so good. It's super good. Instructor's Cap. I should try this more. I think another reason why Gambler's Earrings is so good is the fact that it only costs 1. Why? Why make this only cost 1? Hoyoverse, I know I've been asking for OP stuff, but if you're gonna balance Gamblers, at least make it cost 2, right? At least make it cost 2. It just costs 1. It's so easy to slot in any deck. It costs 1, right? It costs almost nothing to run Gamblers, and the opportunity cost of running it in your deck is 0, except for summoner decks, right? Summoner decks don't run this. You don't reap its benefits normally, but even some summoner decks could also make use of this. It's just so good. It's OP. Gambler's Earrings, certified OP. I don't think you need me to tell you that Gambler's Earrings is OP. You probably heard it from your friends or from other content creators. Gambler's Earrings, OP. OP. And this is why Instructor's Cap is not as OP, even though it also creates elemental dice. It costs 2. So it's pretty good too. I'll try this one of these days. Oh, elemental reaction based decks could love this. Exile Circlet. I know that I think Sesbi runs this card a lot. Yeah, it's also pretty good. Elemental Burst gives the rest of your characters extra burst energy. So a burst heavy deck. Like for example, maybe a Nuke deck that uses Mona plus another character. Imagine bursting with Mona and then giving your other character, setting it up so that when Mona bursts, there's another character waiting in the wings that's just missing 1 burst point. They could use their burst as well. So in 1 round, you could utilize Mona's damage duplication ability. So Circlet could be good too. And then yeah, that's it. Those are the interesting generic artifacts. I love these a lot. My favorite in particular, Gamblers and the 2 healing artifacts, Lucky Dogs and Adventurers. I find myself running these 2, these 3, and then maybe also Exiles. I also kind of like Exiles. In the right deck, Exiles is a very strong engine. By the way, I have not had the chance to discuss engines, right? I have not mentioned engines before. Let me take this time to discuss engines. Engines in card games are cards that convert one resource to another in a very efficient way, in a very reusable manner. So, for example, Gambler's Earrings is an engine because it converts KOs into more energy, right? And think of an engine as a resource converter that's 1, highly efficient, and 2, reusable, and 3, although 3 is optional, it sort of fuels itself, or it fuels another engine or another set of cards that could eventually fuel itself again. I know that sounds kind of complex, but yeah, think of Gambler's Earrings. It's an engine because it turns KOs into elemental dice, which in turn could give you more KOs, which in turn could give you more elemental dice. That makes sense? That's what I mean by engine. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Okay, so that's equipment cards. Talk about support cards. There are many different varieties of support cards. You have support location, you have support companion, and then you also have support items. Okay. What do I have to say about these? For some reason, recently I've been finding myself not running too many support cards except for Timmy, Liben, Parametric Transformer, and NRE. Okay? But let's go over each of them, in my opinion on each of them. Liyue Harbor Wharf used to be a favorite because of the draw 2 cards and usages too, but I think you don't want to necessarily run 2 Harbor Wharfs and 2 strategizes in the deck because you'll just go through all of your cards and I don't know, it's a little too much. I wouldn't fault you though for running Liyue Harbor Wharf and strategize 2 copies of each in your deck. It's still okay, I guess, but in my case, I'll either just run 2 strategizes but no LHWs. What could we call this as shortcuts? Wharf. I will only run 2 strategize and 1 wharf, or 2 wharf, 2 wharf, 1 strategize. I think it's a little too much if you run 2 and 2, but I won't blame you if you want to do that. That works too. KFL is, or Koffel. Koffel is strong. Knights of Avonius Library, Koffel. Koffel is good because of the reroll thing. Better than Toss Up. It costs 1. It doesn't cost 0, but it's reusable. Every roll phase, you get another chance to reroll. So, if you're gonna run Toss Up, run Koffel instead. I know it costs 1, and I already said a lot about, the difference between 2 cost and 3 cost. But from my experience, between 0 and 1, not that big, I guess, of a difference. Yeah. If you're running Toss-Up, consider running Koffel instead. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Jade Chamber. Chat. See, I already told you my opinion on the elemental equipment, the big elemental equipment cards, and the fact that they guarantee your dice. So, same applies to the Jade Chamber. I find myself switching often these days, switching active characters, especially if I am timing, what Anima mentioned a while ago, when I'm timing my strategy, so I am essentially playing a waiting game with my opponent. And sometimes cards that guarantee die color instead of guarantee Omni dice is counterproductive to these strategies. So that's why I'm not as impressed anymore with the Jade Chamber. I used to run this a lot, but yeah. After I discovered Timmy, Liben, and Small Paimon even, and Big Paimon as well, just had no use anymore for Jade Chamber. Dawn Winery is part of a combo. Dawn Winery is part of a combo. You have Dawn Winery combined with Catherine. Once per turn, you get a free fast action switch. It's really good. I used to run this a lot as well. Combined with Tubby, which we'll cover later. But Dawn Winery plus Catherine, I used to run often. But nowadays, I tend to cut them. I'm just a little smarter with my shifting, with my switching characters. I don't run Dawn Winery and Catherine anymore. The cost is kind of prohibitive at 2 for its effect. Like, think about it. Dawn Winery costs 2. Dawn Winery costs 2. It makes you spend 1 less elemental die once per round to switch. So, it pays for itself 3 turns into the future. Current turn, it gives you 1 free switch. the next turn it gives you another 1 free switch. So you've saved 2 elemental dice in terms of switching. So it paid for itself. Then 3 turns later, that's when you're getting your profits essentially from Dawn Winery. 3 rounds, I mean. 3 rounds later. What's the guarantee that you're still alive 3 rounds after you play Dawn Winery, right? So that's why I am not as impressed anymore with Dawn Winery. The return is a little too slow. Wangshu Inn and Favcat, Pavonius Cathedral. Another good combo, heals your standby character and active character for 2. But again, I get my healing elsewhere nowadays. I find that I don't need that much constant healing. Like, I'd rather burst heal using food cards, which I'll show later. Or I just put up barriers and stuff like that. But they're still good. They're still good. I can imagine if we get more cards in the future, more summons perhaps. More longer lasting summons maybe, or I don't know. Some way to stall. I can imagine Wangshu Inn and Favonius Cathedral finding use again in those decks, or finding great use in those decks. But at the moment, they're good, but I'd rather run other cards over them if I had a choice. Now, we get to the companion cards. Catherine, I already mentioned, is a combo with Dawn Winery. If you really like to switch a lot, like Kaya decks might appreciate Catherine Dawn Winery combos, or just Catherine. Being able to take an action apart from switching per turn is really good. So Catherine is good. Note that it's only once per round, so be careful. It only triggers once every round. Timaeus and Wagner. Timaeus and Wagner are comparable to each other. They essentially make, in the case of Timaeus, your artifacts. In the case of Wagner, your weapons. They could make them free for a turn. But again, the reason I don't necessarily run them is they cost 2. They can pay for themselves the turn you play them. Because Wagner, for example, if you play Wagner and then you play a 2-cost weapon, then it paid for itself. Same with Timaeus. If you play Timaeus and then you play a 2-cost artifact, Timaeus paid for itself. Problem is, again, there's not a lot of weapons worth running that's cost 2. If any, I don't actually think there's any weapon that's worth 2, that's worth running. So Wagner is kind of inefficient. You have to wait until the next turn before you could reap the benefits of Wagner. Timaeus, on the other hand, I guess Timaeus is good. When you reap their benefits, though, they're really good. It's like an extra 3 elemental dice per turn with Wagner, and an extra 2 elemental dice per turn with Timaeus. But I don't know. You could run them if you want, if your deck is heavily focused on weapons and artifacts. But you think about it, right? If you really think about it, I don't know if there's a deck build right now that's so heavily focused on weapons to warrant running Wagner. Maybe Timaeus, but even Timaeus, right? Like, how many artifacts do you realistically want to run in a deck anyway? 4? I often only just run 2. So that's my opinion on Timaeus and Wag. I checked the recent decks that won like tournaments, and I don't see any of them running Timaeus or Wagner. Almost, yeah, 0 of these closest to meta decks that we have, right? None of them run Timaeus or Wagner. They're really not that great. Not saying avoid them. If you're an intrepid deck builder, you can find ways to play around them, or make use of them, but they're not that great. Chef Chef Mao. Okay. In my head, I've always wanted to find a way to break this card. Chef Mao combined with NRE, which we'll cover later. Getting one random die every time you play a food card once per round could be good because you get free food per round, and then NRE gets you another food, but I wish it did not have the once per round tag. Right? Well, chat. And Oyoverse, if you're listening to me. I know you're not listening to me. Why would you listen to me? But Oyoverse and chat, imagine, if there's no once per round, chat, how broken would Chef Mao be? Would Chef Mao be that broken if it didn't have once per round? Would Chef Mao be that broken if it wasn't a hard once per round? It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right. Wink, wink. Wink, wink. It's not gonna be broken, right? Please, Hoyoverse, can you remove the once per round tag? Can you remove once per round? Can you make it not once per round? Pretty please. Pretty please. See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. You might be thinking, oh, it's gonna be OP with foods that cost 0. But remember, I didn't discuss this a while ago in the rules, but characters can only be fed 1 food per round. They get satiated if you feed them food. And you can only feed characters that are not yet satiated. So, you only have 3 characters per team anyway. You could play a maximum of 3 of these 0 cost. And then how much energy could that regain you with Chef Mao? 3 random elemental die? That's like a parametric transformer, right? That's not broken, right? That's not that broken. I don't know. I think the once per round is just limiting the usefulness of Chef Mao. Yeah, well, actually, there is kind of a way to... You can tell, right? The way I'm saying this. It seems like I have secret knowledge. It's not really secret knowledge, but I just wanna... Even if it's just for a meme deck, even if it's just for a fun deck, I wanna craft a situation where I have 2 Chef Maos and 1 NRE, and I'm playing all my 0 foods, and I'm gaining 6 extra elemental dice in 1 round. I know that sounds OP, but imagine the setup to get to that point. You have to have drawn 2 Chef Maos, an NRE, and you should have at least 1, or even without pala. And then you have to get through the 0 cost foods. How much damage would that cause to the metagame? It would not, right? It's not that broken. Anyway, let's not talk too much about Chef Mao. It's making me more disappointed at the fact that it's limited to once per round. Ugh, come on, man. Tubby. I love this card so much, right? I love this card so much. If I find myself running at least 3 location cards, I'll find a way to slot in even just 1 Tubby. Because unlike Wagner, unlike Timaeus, right? You could play more location support cards in your deck compared to weapons and artifacts. Which means Tubby is high value. Tubby gives you a lot of value. Spending 2 less elemental dice per round on a location support card. On the turn you play Tubby, if you're playing a location support card anyway, Tubby already pays for himself or themselves. I don't know. I don't want to gender Tubby. But Tubby already plays for themselves. Right? Tubby already does that. And then every other turn you get with Tubby in play, which right now we don't have ways to remove supporters. There's no interaction card that allows you to remove your opponent's supporter cards. Every succeeding turn with Tubby in play, you get another free location support card. Tubby is good. Probably not OP, but solid. I say if you're running at least 3 3 location cards. For example, 2 copies of Dawn Winery and 1 copy of Wharf or 2 Wharf and 1 Koffel. Consider running at least 1. If you're running 4, 5, 6 location support cards, run both Tubbies. The worst that could happen is you'll use Tubby for elemental tuning if you already have a Tubby in play and you don't want to run the second Tubby. Right? So Tubby is super good. Solid. Not OP, not broken, solid. Timmy. Timmy is the card that I recently changed my opinion about. Right? When Timmy first came out, I'm like, it's kind of underwhelming. Kind of not great. You wait 3 turns for what payoff? 1 dice and 1 card. Right? 3 turns for 1 die and 1 card. Kind of underwhelming, isn't it? But the more I run Timmy in my decks, the more I'm realizing, you know what? Timmy is super good. I mean, Timmy is solid. The 3 turns is still 3 rounds, sorry. The 3 rounds thing is still not that great. But if you draw at least 1 Timmy in your opening hand, it facilitates going off on the 3rd turn. The 3rd turn, you get 1 extra dice. That's 9 dice. And remember, most characters, their skill costs 3. Their bursts costs 3. So you could skill twice and burst once because you have 9 elemental dice. The extra card that you get from Timmy is also useful. That extra card could be that 1 artifact you're looking for to complete your combo for your strategy, right? And let's not start talking about as well situations where you have double Timmy opening hands. Double Timmy opening hands. Probably one of the best feelings in the TCG. Imagine double Timmy opening hand. They're both getting pigeon counters. On the 3rd turn, you draw 2 cards and you get 2 elemental dice for the low cost of 0 and 3 turns or 3 rounds. Sorry, I keep saying turns. 3 rounds. So that's why my opinion on Timmy has changed. Speaking of change in opinions, Liben, right? When Liben first came out, I was unimpressed because of the requirement, you know. In my mind, I'm thinking, to play this game properly, I should really be maximizing my elemental dice, using all of them per round. Little did I know that Liben is broken. Liben is so good, right? There are turns where you just don't have use for the last 2 elemental dice. There are turns where you could craft a situation where you'd have 3 different colored elemental dice left, and then you could just end your round. And Liben capitalizes that by rewarding you with 2 elemental dice and 2 extra cards. For what? 0? For 0? And then again, at worst, it's another card for elemental tuning, right? Liben is super good. I would say almost maybe broken. A lot of the meta decks. Look, I'm looking through the list of meta decks right now and their deck lists. I'm gonna count. No, how many? I have 15 decks from 15 different regions. I said 15 different regions. Yeah, I think this is no. First place, second place, and third place finishes, and some disqualified. I don't know why they got disqualified. But I'm looking at the list now, right? I have 15 deck lists. How many of them runs Liben? 1 deck. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Almost did not see Liben there. 10, 11. 11 of the 15 top decks run Liben. Liben is just that good. By the way, just out of curiosity, I also saw a bunch of Timmies. Let's count how many runs Timmies. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 15. Like, 1/3 of these decks run Timmies. So, Liben Timmy. Liben Timmy. Really good. Really good. If you can find a way to slot them in your deck, do so. Chang the Ninth. Another card that I was super impressed early on, but I have not had a chance to play. I have no opinion set on Chang the Ninth at the moment because I haven't used Chang the Ninth. I imagine theoretically Chang the Ninth is also good because at the low cost of 0, you get to draw 2 cards after dealing damage 3 times. I just have not had decks that have enough slots to warrant running Chang the Ninth. I think Chang the Ninth is good though. Elin. Ellen's another one of those where please, no once per round. No once per round. Like we already have limited dice to begin with. I know there are ways to gain more dice and it'll be OP with Ellen, but if you remove this once per round, I think Ellen will find more use. Let's look at the top 15 decks and see if even a single one of them runs Ellen. No Ellen, no Ellen, no Ellen. Oh, 2 toss-up though. Interesting. No Ellen, no Ellen, no Ellen, no Ellen, no Ellen, no Ellen. See? Not a single one of them runs Ellen, despite Ellen's utility. Ellen's utility allows you to essentially have 1 extra dice because you're reducing the cost of a skill by 1. Consider ko si Chang the Ninth, but considering my stat is deal big damage, but my third attack, di ko na need mag-draw ng cards. By your third attack, yeah. So there's no need to run cards like Chang the Ninth. Hello, Salty. Going through Genshin Impact TCG cards and telling my opinion on them. Okay, let's go to Iron Tongue Tian. I used to run this card, and I think it's one of the popular cards too. There's lots of decks that run Iron Tongue Tian in the top 15 currently. Wait, let me see. Is it Iron Tongue Tian? I think it's Chang the Ninth, actually, that they're running more of. Not Iron Tongue. But I think Iron Tongue also finds, decent usage in some of the decks. Maybe I mistook. Okay, maybe not. Actually, maybe not. I could imagine Iron Tongue being kind of useful for decks that want to use their burst. But at 2, it's kind of not that fantastic. Where's your hot thick anime waifu? I mean, I'm gonna cover character cards later. Maybe you'll find one there. About to take all of your... Oh my god, please. Check first if you can take those medications at the same time, Salty. Don't just take them. Oh my god. It is extremely stupid, Salty. Please, please, please. Check first. Check first if your medications have contraindications with each other or if they interact in a bad way with each other. Please. Oh my god. 16 times the... Oh my god. Please. Salty, please. Okay. Liu Su. Another one where... another energy count booster. I don't know. Not as impressed with Iron Tongue and Liu Su. Those that give you extra burst points. I think... How many... So, the reason why I'm not as impressed is if you really think about it, how many times are you going to burst per game? I guess if you're running characters that only have 2 burst point requirements, you're gonna burst often. But the reason why is because you're running... Because you're running 2 burst point or 2 energy point characters. Liu Su and Iron Tongue, they're useful if you're running characters that have 3 energy cost burst. But then, realistically, the reason why they have 3 cost is because their bursts are really powerful. And so how many times realistically, are you going to use their burst? These 2 cards facilitate the reuse of these burst effects. So, I don't know. I'm not as impressed by them. You're about to nuke your stomach so you can eat? Oh no. I'm thinking if you should take painkillers I took last month. I mean, you could, right? I don't know how often you should be taking these without prescription or something. I think it's okay. If you check, don't quote me on this. I am not a doctor, so don't quote me on this. But check the packaging. Often it comes with this little leaflet, this little sheet of paper that tells you how often you could take that medicine per day. And if I recall, painkillers, if you really have like an awful symptom, you should be taking them as indicated in that paper, maybe for a day. Allows your body to be less stressed as you recuperate from what's causing the pain. May banig yung binili nyo. So, if there's... Or, you could actually look online for the indications. Patient figures usually no more than 12. Why would you even take 12 a day? Salty, why would you take 12 painkillers a day? 2 every 4 hours? Maybe it's not 12 a day. 12 a day? 2 every 4 hours? Wait up. I only take like 1 every 8 hours. Oh my god, really? I only take 1 every 8. 12 a day. Candies? That's your but it's prescription, right? It's prescription. Over the counter, I think it's just 1 every 8. 1 every 8. Even after my surgery, before I didn't have to take that much. Are you okay? It could be also because of please don't take this negatively, but because of body mass. Sometimes if you're a bigger individual, you need more for it to take effect. 1 every 8. I'd be dead if it was 1 every 8. Oh my god, your fevers are so high. Oh my god. Why? Wait, you're only 44? Are you sure? 44. That's low, right? Wait, I'm bad. I'm bad at this. 44 kilos? Wait, what? It's just 97 pounds. Are you sure? Wait, what? I don't know weights. I don't even remember what my weight is. What is my weight? Was I not 80 kilos or was I 80 pounds? Maybe I am what was my weight? No, I can't be 170 pounds. That's too heavy. I don't remember. The last time I got my it's kind of that'd be weird, right? Because they gave my height in centimeters, but why would they give my weight in pounds? Let's just say a lot of people in the army can pick me up with one hand. Wait. Oh, so you're kind of yeah, you're light. Okay. Whew. Don't check my weight because I know I'm fat. Was I 80 kilos in the last checkup? I don't look that heavy. Yeah. Just don't be fat. Easy. Hey, it's why I'm sticking to my workout routine. Anyway, let's finish the rest of the support cards. Parametric Transformer is a staple. Run this on decks that... Actually, run this in any deck. I think, my opinion, top choice is still Big Paimon, and then Liben Timmy, and then Parametric Transformer if you still need more Although I wouldn't fault you for not wanting to run Big Paimon, because Big Paimon is a heavy investment. If you're not running Big Paimon, if you're just running Lib and Timmy, Timmy Walna also run Parametric Transformer. The amount of dice it gives you is pretty good, so I suggest running it. You should ask Paul what happens when you eat. Food disappears, your stomach's a black hole. Either don't absorb it or it instantly gets absorbed. Oh my god. Please. Please. At least live a active lifestyle alongside that. So you're losing calories as you're gaining them. Okay. NRE. I have a lot to say about NRE, but it all boils down to the fact that NRE currently is the only card search card we have in the TCG. In Magic the Gathering, we call that a tutor. NRE is the only tutor we have in the TCG. It allows you to search your deck for a random food event card, and then whenever you play a food event card, you get another random food event card. Only from your deck. So, tutors are extremely valuable. Tutors are extremely valuable in card games that have them. They essentially break one of the cardinal rules of TCGs, which is you draw random cards per turn. Tutors guarantee that you get cards that you need. So, often I find that if I'm running 2 food cards that I really need in order to facilitate my strategy, say for example, Minty Meat Rolls and Northern Smoked Chicken, these are the 2 classic cards that support certain strategies. If I'm running them, I'm running NREs. Because it guarantees, it's another card that essentially, it's another copy, essentially, of the food event card that you need to have in your hand in order for your strategy to work. I also run NREs, surprisingly, when I am running a lot of healing cards, healing food cards. I tend to run NREs too. It allows me to make sure that I have a steady stream of the healing cards because of its second effect, right? Like whenever you play a food event card, you get to draw another food event card from your deck. It's once per round, but still, it's sufficient to keep your characters healthy with food. Speaking of food, right? Speaking of food. Being discussed right now in chat. Speaking of food. Okay, so that about covers all of the support cards. Let's go to the event cards. There's lots of them, but fortunately, at least when we get to the elemental resonances, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards that essentially do the same thing. So we don't need to cover each one of them. Starting with Changing Shifts. Changing Shifts in combination with Leave It to Me have steadily replaced Don Winery and Catherine in my decks. Problem is, again, Don Winery costs 2, Catherine costs 2 for a total of 4. When will you be able to get back the cost of that? You know, and since they only trigger once per round too, so I find that they're terribly inefficient as compared to Leave It to Me and Changing Shifts. Also, Leave It to Me and Changing Shifts, because they're 2 separate cards, they allow you to decide, okay, maybe this turn the only thing I want to do is to reduce the cost of switching by 1. So I just run Changing Shifts and I don't play Leave It to Me yet. I can hold on to Leave It to Me for a later turn. A later turn where I don't really mind paying the 1 extra. I just really need to take another action whenever I switch. So, but normally, if you're running Changing Shifts, you would most likely also be running Leave It to Me. So these are the 2 switching related cards, switching related event cards. We already talked at length about Strategize and why I think it's still good. It's not broken, but it's definitely solid and a staple. And I think you really should run 2 Strategizes in every deck. I haven't lost yet. Reminds me of Raihan from Pokemon. Right? The Raihan card, Raihan support card from the Pokemon TCG. It allows you to capitalize on you losing a character to generate some advantage. Now, there are decks where your first character is essentially sacrificial. It's a sacrificial card, right? Like, the only purpose of your first character is to reach its burst, do its burst, and then if it dies, then you're happy that it died. If you're gonna... Because, think about it this way. It's not a very common line to think about, especially for beginners, especially for those who want to keep all three of your characters alive at any given time. There's value to be had if you let your first character just get knocked out. If your first character gets knocked out, it's a free, safe switch. This is a concept that we also see in Pokemon and competitive Pokemon, where if your first Pokemon gets knocked out, you get a safe switch to another Pokemon, right? Same here. It's not 100% guaranteed that the switch will be safe. There are cards in this game that still hurts the incoming character. I'm looking at you, Razor, and your sudden wolf companion slapping the heck out of the incoming character. But anyway, for the most part, it's a safe switch. So, what if you can capitalize more on that safe switch by getting one extra Omni Dice and getting one energy? I hear Weeb talking about cards. Of course, that's what I am. So, I don't normally want to run two of these cards. Two of I haven't lost yet in my decks. I only really run one. But let's look at the competitive decks if they run two. Okay, so the first competitive deck runs two. Second runs two. Third runs two. Fourth runs two. Fifth doesn't have any. Sixth runs two. Seventh, nothing. Eighth runs... See, lots of these decks run two. So, okay, if you want to pattern your deck building towards the competitive meta decks, and I guess, right? Only actually two of them, yeah. Only 2 of the 15 decks have... sorry, not 15. 14 lang pala. 14. The 15th is a summary. Sorry. So, everything I said a while ago, out of 14, not out of 15. Anyway, only 2 of the 14 decks run a single I haven't lost yet. 10 runs a pair of them. And I really see why. You don't really run a pair of them because you want 2 of your characters to die. You run a pair of them so that if the one character that you want to die dies, you actually have I haven't lost yet in hand. It gives you 1 Omni Dice and 1 burst point. That's powerful. Right? Especially in decks that rely on burst. And at the low cost of 0 as well. So yeah, I haven't lost yet. Very good card. Run it. You might not think it's valuable, right? Especially for beginners who don't want any of your cards to die, any of your characters to get knocked out. It's so good. It's really good. You don't always have to keep all of your characters alive in order to win. For as long as you still have one character you have not lost yet. If that character can sweep, if that character can get rid of any of all of your opposing characters, then you won, right? And if by gaining that 1 extra Omni Element dice and that 1 extra energy point, you're gonna be 1 step closer to, or you're going to be winning, then what's stopping you from running I haven't lost yet? It's really strong. In the very unfortunate case that Razor dies, pero di ko talaga mag-get si Cyno. We'll go over Cyno. We'll go over the characters later. We'll go over Cyno. Maybe not all of the characters, just some. I'll just show the waifus to Salty, and then we'll go over some, not all. I could have another stream where we just discuss all the characters. It's so diverse right now. Okay. When the Crane returned, has the unfortunate distinction of getting a nickname from my playgroup. we call When the Crane Returned Bird Scum because it's much shorter. And who will remember that name, When the Crane Returned? But who will remember when Bird Scum, right? So we just call this Bird Scum. I know it sounds sus, but whatever. It's super good too, right? The next time you use your skill, you switch your active character to the next character, right? So there are some decks where the only setup you need is you cast a skill. Imagine Fischl, for example. When Fischl casts her skill, it creates Oz, right? And then normally you just want to swap to the next character in line, so you could take advantage of Oz, or you could take advantage of the elemental aura. Okay, Bird Scum, When the Crane Returned, is really helpful there. You cast Bird Scum, you do your skill, you get an instant switch, you get a free switch to the next character in line. Really good. I like this card. It's not a staple. You don't run this in all the decks, but it finds its way into a lot of the decks that I build. Star Signs. I've been looking at the meta decks, and I guess quite a few of them run Star Signs. Of the 14, let's count how many. One. I think only one. Two. Oh, find another one. Although this other deck's only running one copy. Two. Two out of the 14 of the top decks are running Star Signs, right? I think it's underrated, especially for Yoimiya setup decks. Like, my favorite opening hand in a Yoimiya deck is it must have at least one Star Signs, because normally in order to get 2 burst points, you need to spend 6 elemental dice. Cast your skill twice, or normal attack twice, or any combination of that, both of which costs 3. Star Signs costs 2. So for the low cost of 5 energy, Yoimiya could burst. Yoimiya has enough points to burst on round 2. If you're lucky, burst on round 1. And often decks that want to run Yoimiya want to burst as soon as possible, so you could use Yoimiya's broken burst either the turn after or in the same turn, right? Star Signs facilitates that. Star Signs also facilitates the same effect for Noelle. Noelle also only needs 2 burst points, although Noelle doesn't necessarily need Star Signs all that much. Star Signs, super good. In fact, this is so good. It's so good. And I find that I run this in so many of my decks that I think I got the dynamic skin. Yeah, I already got the dynamic skin of Star Signs. I use it so much. Okay? Anyway, let's proceed. Calix's Arts. This is another one of those cards that I have gone back and forth with. Sometimes I think it's really good. Sometimes I think it's kind of not that great. I used to have setups where I run Calix's Arts. First character does a skill, switch to the second character does a skill, switch to the third character. Third character I play Calix's Arts, transferring the 2 burst points to the third character and then bursting immediately. It's a setup, but it works. I think if your deck can switch characters often, can build multiple characters at the same time, you could run Calix's Arts. Also, if your deck really requires one of your characters to burst immediately, Razor decks, for example, run Calix's Arts. It is very good. Okay, Master of Weaponry and Blessing of the Divine Relics installation are horrible cards. At the moment they are. I can imagine they could be centerpieces in decks in the future where, we see glimpses of it with Lithic Spear. Grants 1 shield point to the character to which it's attached when you play it. We see glimpses of ideas of what if there's a weapon or there's an artifact whose effect triggers the moment it's equipped on a character. So moving the equipment around, moving the artifact around could be a good idea to reuse the effect. But right now, because we don't have any of that, I don't think it's worth running Master of Weaponry or Blessing of the Divine Relics installation, even if the card art is really nice. Like, I know lots of you are Child fans. There you go. Child looks really cool in this card art. I personally am a Yaimiko fan, and this looks pretty. Unfortunately, I can't run it in any of my decks because it just doesn't do a lot. Quick Knit is the card that I was saying a while ago. Allows you to give your summons 1 extra usage in decks where you rely a lot on summons. Quick Knit is a staple. If you don't use summons too much, or if it's just 1 card and the summon is just a side effect, it's not really part of your main strategy, then there's no reason to run Quick Knit. But there are decks where summoning is their prime strategy. Quick Knit is super good. Also, look at that art. How cute that is. Look at Baron Bunny. Baron Bunny looking super sad because of, I don't know, I guess his bum got torn or something there. And is being repaired by... What's her name again? Freaking hell. Keep forgetting the name. I keep thinking Barbara. It's not Barbara. Chat, what's her name again? I keep forgetting. I remember her mascot's name more than her. Baron Bunny. Who uses Baron Bunny? What's her name? There, Amber. There you go, Amber. Why do I keep forgetting Amber's name? I remember Baron Bunny's name, but I keep forgetting Amber's name. Anyway, there you go, Amber. Card art's super cute. Also, this little bird here is super cute. What the heck is that bird? So cute. Even I don't play Genshin anymore, I still remember Amber. Maybe that's why, because you don't play it anymore. You only remember Amber. Okay, moving on. Send Off is a staple. You have to run this card. It's... Ay! Oh my god, the raid. Pam, 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 pam. Boom, 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 boom. Oh! Hello, hello. How should I call you again? You're Renz, right? If I remember correctly. Hello, hello. How are you? How was your stream?
There. It's this one.
Were you drawing your last stream?
I took this
Aww.
in the restroom, so the quality is not that good.
Aww. What did you do? What did you stream?
Give him to
What
me.
did you stream?
Oh.
How was it? How was it? Oh! Hikari from where? Hikari from where? Hikari from where? Oh, okay. I see. I know who you're referring to. Alright. Well, I hope you had a fun stream today. I'm just going through... I'm doing a Genius Invocation TCG 101 today. So welcome raiders. Go pull up a chair. Go listen to teacher, where we have been for the past 4 hours now just discussing Geniusification TCG 101. Geniusification TCG. There's a card game in Genshin now. Yup, and it's super good. And I for one really love the card game. So Panda was not paying attention. Hay nako, Panda. Anyway, yeah. So we have covered, actually, let me show you what we have already covered. So we've gone through an overview of the TCG, discussed objectives and rules. We discussed resources, resource management a little bit, conversion of resources. We discussed card types. Actually, we're currently also discussing card types, but mostly we're just going through each of the cards. I'm sharing my opinion on each of them. So, if you haven't played the TCG yet, from Genshin, I urge that you do. If you're playing Genshin, you're not playing the TCG, I urge that you do. It's super fun. It's slightly intimidating for those who may have not played a TCG game before, but I have friends, right? I have friends who have never played the TCG before but is now addicted to the Genshin TCG. Because if you play Genshin, it's a good abstraction of what you do anyway when you play Genshin, right? Thank you for the lurk and thank you for the raid, Rens. Go ahead and rest now. I hope you had a wonderful stream a while ago, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day today. Go ahead and rest now. And raiders, if you also need to lurk or if you also need to rest, sorry, go ahead and do so as well. And hey, if you like the content that I produce on my small Twitch channel, go ahead and drop a follow. Your support is super, super highly appreciated. Okay? Lurkers rise up, we raid. We're not yet done, Panda. Ay nako, Panda is one of those students na kating-kati umuwi na. Or you already wanna go home. Or almost, well, I might end the stream in a bit, but we'll see. I want to cover the rest of the cards, and I want to still cover... No, don't ban Panda. I also want to still cover some of the characters, because Chloe requested that we look at Sino. So we'll look at the Sino card later. Okay? Sige. Let's go back to the game. Right, so we're already at send off. Maybe it's time we sent off Panda. Just kidding, Panda. Just kidding. Don't ban Panda. Panda's been a good student, though sometimes he doesn't listen. But that's okay. Panda bakes good cake. Panda bakes good cake. Reason enough for Panda to stay. Anyway, send off. Send off is an absolute staple. It's not super broken, but because we have a limited selection of ways to really interact with our opponents outside of attacks in the TCG, being able to destroy a summon is actually a good thing, right? Being able to just, without question, without any other condition, just destroy a summon is super good. That's why I think you should run 2. I often just run 1, but I think there's reason to run 2. Guardian's Oath is the other card that we could use to destroy summons, but look at the cost, man. 4, and it's white. It has to be 4 of the same color. Maybe Guardian's Oath would find more usage if this was gray, meaning you could use any 4 dice. But because it requires 4 dice of the same color, I think it's too much. Not that great. Also, because even in decks that focus on summoning, often you would really only have realistically 2, maybe 3 summons in play. I guess if you have 3 summons, Guardian's Oath gives more value than Send Off. But realistically, of the 3 or 4, or maybe the 2 that you want removed, you really only need to remove 1. Right? You really only remove 1 summon. So Send Off is more than sufficient. See, summoner decks, right? I don't know if it's an archetype right now in the TCG, but I see enough of it to maybe consider it an archetype. The summoner archetype, right? Their damage comes from elemental reactions. This is why summoner decks run Magokenki. This is why summoner decks run Fischl plus Shangling, for example. Because they capitalize on the extra damage you get from elemental reactions. So by removing 1 of the 2 summons, you're essentially cutting the damage by half, maybe even more, right? So there's no reason, at the moment at least, to run Guardian's Oath, especially with its prohibitive cost, especially with the fact that it also hits you, right? I guess it's enough to just run either 2 or 1 send-offs in your deck. Abyssal Summons is so good, right? It's not broken, I don't think. The random Hilichurl summon, because you get a selection from either one of the 3. Four, sorry. Cryo Shooter, Hydro Samachurl, Hilichurl Berserker, or Hilichurl Shooter, Electro Hilichurl Shooter. Essentially, they do the same thing, except they have a different element. So, Cryo Shooter, 1 cryo damage, 2 usage. Hydro Samachurl, 1 hydro damage, 2 usage. Same thing, right? Berserker, 1 pyro damage, 2 usage. Shooter, Electro Shooter, 1 electro damage, 2 usage. So, they do the same thing, except the elements are different. The cost is kinda prohibitive, but light enough. I think the bigger prohibition is the fact that you have to run 2 monster decks in your card. And you 2 monster character. Oh my god. I'm going crazy. You need to run 2 monster cards in your deck. 2 monster characters in your deck. But there's enough monster characters, enough good monster characters to warrant running Abyssal Summons. Just note that, I guess from here we can view it, no? Just note that Fatui Pyro Agent is not a monster. Fatui Pyro Agent counts as a Fatui. Same with Mirror Maiden, also counts as a Fatui. So really, the only monsters are Magokenki, Stonehide Lawachurl, and Jade Plume Terror Shroom. So just take note of that in case you want to run the summons. Okay, let's go back. Now we go to the elemental dice. And I want to cover first the 0-cost elemental resonance event cards. Resonance Woven Ice, Woven Waters, Woven Flames, Woven Thunder, Woven Winds, Woven Stone, and Woven Weeds. They are staples for decks that run 2 characters of the same element. You have to run them. The extra dice is just so good. We covered a while ago how dice is the lifeblood of the TCG. You can't take any actions if you don't have dice. So if you're running a double Electro deck, you have to run the Woven Thunder Resonance card. If you're running 2 Dendro, then Woven Weeds. Yes, Weeds. Woven Weeds. Okay? That's just, there's no question. You have to run 2. You just have to run 2 of them. They do have a restriction. You can't run them if you don't have 2 characters of the same element as the card. Okay? So, Woven Ice, for example, you can't put this in your deck if you don't have 2 cryo characters. But if you do, there's no reason why you shouldn't. The same does not apply for the other resonance card. It depends on your strategy. So Shattering Ice allows you to deal 2 extra damage. I love this card. If I'm running a double cryo deck, I run this. Soothing Water is not so great. The heal is okay, but I don't know. 2 HP heal for your main character and then 1 for your standby. Probably not. Fervent Flames is also really good. Plus 3 damage on a pyro-related reaction. 3 damage. 3 damage is huge. 3 damage is huge, especially considering that 3 of the potential 6 different pyro reactions you could do increases the damage by 2 as a damage plus 2 modifier, right? So with Fervent Flames, that's plus 5. Plus 5. Sorry, I'm running out of... My voice is running out, but plus 5 damage. So you can't not run this if you're running double pyro. The problem is... Wait, let me check the meta decks. I don't know if... Given the meta right now, there's not a lot of reason to do double pyro. I guess there some decks... yeah, I guess. I guess you could do like Bennett Patui Agent. That's okay. But not a lot of meta decks run double pyro. Me personally, since I don't play meta, I could see myself building a Fatui Agent plus Diluc plus Mona for tons of damage, tons of single target damage. And if I'm gonna build that deck, I'm gonna run this card. The other weakness of this card that you probably might not notice at first is it requires 2 pyro characters in your deck. If you're not careful and you got your third character knocked out early, since this only works on reactions and not just any damage, it has to be pyro-related reactions, right? You might not get a chance to use this. So you have to be careful with your third non-pyro element character. Otherwise, this is essentially useless. So high risk, high reward. Next, high voltage. This is another staple in double electro decks. Gaining 1 energy for the low cost of 1. 1 electro, yeah, but 1. Star signs. Remember star signs a while ago? We discussed this. Star signs on 1 electro cost only. Really, really good. So if you're running double electro, you run this. 1 energy is so good. It's so good. Impetuous Winds, I have not used this before. It's good though. It produces Omni Element. It pays for itself. It's essentially free. So that's fine. That's fine. Also is a free switch. Enduring Rock is my favorite though. Noelle being one of my favorite characters, bar none, just in Genshin in general. And Noelle being able to generate like massive shields. In combination with Enduring Rock, those shields just get insane. Like, I remember playing against a friend. Shields could be a bit tilting. Because it feels like a slog, right? It feels like a slog whittling down shields. You know why shields are such a premium? You can really only get up to 10 HP per character. No amount of healing can get a character beyond 10 HP. Shields give you that extra effective HP, right? Shields give you extra effective HP. So, if you have, say for example, if you have a Noelle at maybe 8 HP, maybe it took some damage already, but at 5 shield, that Noelle essentially has effectively 13 HP. And you could still heal that Noelle. You could still heal that character, right? You could still heal that character back up to 10. So now you have effectively 15 HP. So I really, really like this Elemental Resonance effect. Animo Resonance is so good with Sucrose Gene. I really have to run Animo decks. I have not. I will eventually build one. Sucrose Gene or maybe Sucrose Kenki or Gene Kenki, Mago Kenki. We're thinking of making a Ningguang deck already. You could use the same shell as what I'm running, Panda, but instead of Noelle, you could replace... Actually, no, you could run the same essential deck. Noelle, Ningguang, Yoimiya, or replace Noelle with Stonehide Lawachurl. It's pretty good too. Then what else? Sprawling Greenery, I have not used this much. I can imagine this is super good, but given that our only Dendro options right now is Kole and Terror Shroom, not had enough of an opportunity to run this. Oh, Anima, I tried that. On paper, it sounds good, but in practice, I think the fact that the increased retreat cost is tied to the skill card and the skill card costing 4, in practice, it's a little underwhelming. I'm sure, though, that you could build around it and find a way to make it work much more smoothly, right? Yeah, that's the problem, but I think you can find a way around it. Now, last set of event cards are food cards. Let's just go over this real quick because these cards are the closest we have to cantrips in the TCG. They're very cheap to play, with the exception of Adeptus Temptation. They're super cheap. Often, if you're just looking for, I have 2 slots left in my deck, I have nothing else to run. There's a little opportunity cost lost if you run food cards. So, Juyin Goba is like a one-shot version of Minty Meat Roll. So let's discuss both of them. Both of these cards are... Wait, is it this one? Oh, no, not Juyin Goba. Sorry. Northern Smoked Chicken and Minty Meat Rolls are essentially similar. Their effects are the same. They're often run... Both of them are run in decks, in the same decks, right? So, Minty Meat Rolls is part of an infamous combo that combines Yoimiya's Burst and Ayaka's Infusion. So, for those who don't know, when you change it to Ayaka, the Ayaka card gets Infusion, gets Cryo Infusion. So, your normal attacks count as Cryo. Combined with Yoimiya's Pyro application with her Burst, right? You get Melt. Lots of Melt. The other piece of this combo is the Gambler's set. The Gambler's Artifact set. This one. Gambler's Earrings, right? So the idea is Gambler's Earrings plus a well set up Ayaka following Yoimiya Burst plus Minty Meat Rolls means that if you get a knockout, which is easy to do given you're dealing cryo damage plus pyro damage plus melt damage, plus if the build is properly made, then you probably have other weapons or stuff attached to your Ayaka. It's rather easy to get that KO. If you get a KO on the first character, you get 2 elemental dice back, and since your normal attacks cost 1 less elemental dice, and this is not 1 less once per round. Note, it doesn't say once per round. It just says before this round ends. So if you could normal attack multiple times, all of those normal attacks cost 1 less dice, right? And since most normal attacks cost 2 dice, and you're gaining 2 dice back every time you get a kill, you could OTK with that combo. So yeah, Minty Meat Rolls, Northern Smoked Chicken, they play the same role. They're often used in OTK decks. MILF damage? Did I say that? I didn't say that. Okay. Juyin Goba, normal attack deals 1 more damage. Do note that, as tempting as it sounds to run Juyin Goba plus, say, Minty Meat Rolls in the same deck, you can't play them on the same character. I mentioned this already. If you feed a food event card to a character, that character gets the satiated status, and a satiated character can't eat anymore until the end of the round. Or you can't play food event cards on the same character until the end of the round. So yeah, I have not found use for Juyin Goba, but imagine, like I said a while ago, please Hoyoverse, can you remove the once per round on Chef Mao? If you remove the once per round on Chef Mao, then maybe I'll find a way to use Juyin Goba. Anyway, I'll skip Adeptus Temptation for now. Let's go to Lotus Flower Crisp. Lotus Flower Crisp, Sweet Madame, Mushroom Pizza, and where's the other one? I don't have it here. There's one more healing card. Those are the staple healing cards. They heal you for a certain amount. It's just what type of healing do they give. Sweet Madame, for 0, heal 1. The other healing card that I can't show here, where is it? I think it's... Wait, let me check my deck box. It should be there. It's this one. So, Sweet Madame, for 0, you heal for 1. Mondstadt Hash Brown, for 1, you heal for 2. For 1 dice, you heal 2. right? So those two are it's straight up healing. Mushroom Pizza, for 1, you heal 3, but over the course of 3 turns, so 1 HP per round. I find myself running Mushroom Pizza more often than the hash browns or the sweet madams. If I need healing and I only have slot for one type of food, I will run the Mushroom Pizza over the other options. 3 HP over the course of 3 turns has proven to be more useful than just 2 HP in 1 turn, or even 1 HP for one turn. Okay. Lotus Flower Crisp is effective healing in the form of a barrier. So with it, for the same round, you take 3 damage next time. The wording is quite weird. I think it carries over. Like, for example, if you're only dealt 2 damage after you use Lotus Flower Crisp, if it's still within the same turn and you're dealt another 2 damage, you're only gonna take 1. It's a weird wording, but you effectively have a 3 damage barrier. So it's healing through the form of a barrier. And then, of course, the crowd favorite, Adeptus Temptation. Just read it. Just read it. I'm not even gonna say anything yet. Just read it. Have you read it, chat? Have you read it already? Plus 3 damage on Elemental Burst. And if you set this up well, normally, whoever will be using Elemental Burst probably has weapons equipped. Or if you set it up properly, then it's probably going to Adeptus Mechanicus. It's not that, but kind of is. Kind of is. 3 more damage on Elemental Burst. Plus Elemental Reactions. Plus Weapons. Plus the Elemental Burst damage itself. The Adeptus Temptation is staple for decks that use Elemental Burst to literally KO, one-hit KO enemies. So, super good. Suggested that you run. You dealt 13 damage with this. If you combine that with Mona, that's 26. More than 10. Yup. This is instrumental in one-shot burst decks. I don't think one-shot burst decks are all that viable right now because, that's one character. You got one character. Now you have to deal with 2. Do you have enough resources in your deck? Do you have enough cards, enough effects to build up your burst again a second time and a third time? Yeah, but it is fun. It is, no doubt, no question, right? Seeing large numbers, large damage numbers is fun. No questions there. Okay. I think we've gone through all of the cards. I'm not gonna go through the individual skill cards. That's for another day, I suppose. That's quite a lot. Magic Cylinder, redirect damage. Oh my god. So if you're after one Ultimate Razor, you don't need to care about getting another. Not necessarily. It depends. What if Razor dies? Or what if your opponent has a ton of shields? What if you're playing against a Noel Hyper Carry where they have lots of barriers? Though, I would say, I have to agree with you. Razor is one of those characters where, you may not deal too much upfront burst damage, but the succeeding attacks naman are really, really powerful. So, yeah. If you can protect Razor, don't talk about if he dies. That's true. Okay. Let me just quickly check. Okay. So, I'll take a quick break here. And then, I think I still have energy to... So, as promised, I'll look and cover Cyno, specifically the Cyno character card. We'll also take a look at the waifus for Salty. Look at some of the well-designed waifus. Fortunately, Salty, you're tuning in at the right time. I actually bought all of the dynamic cards for the waifus, except for the except for Mirror Maiden. I have not saved up enough for Mirror Maiden's dynamic card. So we'll look at them and then we'll cover Sino, and then let's see if I have energy still for deck building. If not, we could move deck building to next stream. I have, there's lots of decisions to be done kasi when you're building a deck. Okay, go back to the board for a bit. I'll take a quick break. Where am I? Da 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 da. Okay. I'll be back in a few. I'll just take a quick 5-minute break. I am back. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Right, so, going over the outline again. Today, we did the overview. We did the objectives and rules. We covered resources, card types. We will not be able to cover elemental reaction, so that's for next stream, and maybe even building the deck could be next stream. But for now, I did promise I will show some of the waifu cards. Salty, are you still there? You want to see the waifu cards? And then afterwards, Chloe, let's dissect. Let's dissect how the Sino card works. Okay, let's try to understand how Sino the card works, okay? Okay. Let us go to the game. We will not dissect Sino in that way. I don't know if there are that type, Salty, but hey, I'll show you all of the art of the female cards, and then we'll see. Okay. I think I just purchased all of the dynamic versions of these cards, so they will be animated. So compared to like this, that's still, I have the dynamic version with animation. So let's start with Ganyu. Ganyu is the Coco goat. I already talked about before how I do like the design of Ganyu, and I think it translates well to her TCG version. She retains the look on her face where she seems like she's always tired, because like in the story, right, she's also working hard all the time. And she's also carrying her signature Amos bow. Her card design is so nice. What do you think, Salty? That's the first. Is Diona... I guess Diona could be a waifu. Diona's card is super cute. Look at all those little cats. There's a heart thing floating from the cat too. And then there's the lens flare thing happening as well. Diona's card is super, super cute. I used to run Diona in one of my decks in my Pet Shop Summoner deck. She is the top end of that with signature mix and everything else. So, yep. What does OML stand for, Anima? Fellow kids, what do you mean by OML? Okay, cool. Great. Yeah, that's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Okay. Nice. Oh my lord. Okay. That's what it is. Thank you, fellow kids. Now I know what OML means. Ayaka. Ayaka's card also, I think, captures her characterization in the story, but it's kind of plain. Like, I like the swirling sakura blossoms, but wait, I want to see if the... Okay, are you gonna go in front of Ayaka or behind? Goes in front, so it's just swirling in front of her. It's okay. I like the floating frozen flowers on the river thing, but it gives off more of a creepy vibes than a majestic vibe. I wish there were stars, I guess, in the background. Maybe that would have helped. But it's nice. She's okay. OMLG. Barbara's cute. I like her thing, but I don't know what this BP is. Right? What do you mean by BP? Is that her name? Isn't her name Barbara something now? What's Barbara's name in Genshin? Barbara Genshin Impact. Barbara Peg. That's her name. Barbara Peg. I guess that's where the BP in the back is. But that's what the BP in the back stands for. Barbara Peg. That's her name. Barbara Pog. She's cute. She's adorable. Barbara Peg. That's her name. Peg with a double G. P-E-G-G. Yeah, yeah. Her design is already originally cute, but giving her the traditional or one of the traditional idol poses, the saluting with the other hand outstretched like this and your body twisted like that. Giving her that pose, I think it's a good touch. Gives her more of that idol feel, you know? Mona. As much as I'm not a fan of Mona, the character, the card is pretty good. Card's pretty good. Although while I do like the dynamic art, I think I like her appearance more in the dynamic version of Starshine. So I love the extra sparkly effects. So there's that. That's Mona. Xiangling. Goba. Goba is stealing all the attention away from Xiangling. Xiangling is fine. Xiangling is cute. I like the intricacy of her design. And that little patch on her knee adds more character to her. But Goba, right? Goba. Goba, stop shaking and jiggling too much. You're too adorable. Right? Goba is stealing the picture here. Goba is stealing the show. And yeah, he's about to smack you with that piece of chili. And he's like jiggling when he dances. Ah, Goba, come on. Stop it, Goba. Yoimiya is... I think Yoimiya was the first dynamic skin that I purchased. I love her, like, fireworks in the background, but I'm biased. Removing my biased lenses, she's aight, right? The detail on her costume is good. Her animation is okay. But really, apart from the fireworks in the background, the dynamic skin, nothing to write home about, I think. Do you agree, chat? Maybe I'm just biased. Because I like Yoimiya. Fischl. The little feathers, the floating feathers, and the movement of the feathers plus the... Oh, okay. Nyakasen is back. Okay. Nyakasen. Am I just biased? I did say that I really like Yoimiya's dynamic card art, but removing that biased lens, I also said that her dynamic art is nothing to write home about. Like, it's cute, don't get me wrong, as are all of the dynamic art, I would say. But there's nothing like super special about it, save for the fireworks in the background. So am I just biased? Am I just biased in my thinking that the Yoimiya dynamic art is like S tier dynamic art? I just find her cute. What would you count as special? Look at Xiangling's. Look at Goba. Look at Goba dancing in the background. The foreground. Goba is just stealing the show with the Xiangling card. Or look at Diona and the cats. And her as well. And the lens flares and everything, right? Look at Diona. Who else? Yeah, I think those two. I mean, Ganyu is cute, but it captures her character well, yeah, but it's alright. It's okay. If you remove the fireworks, Yoimiya looks basic. Right? That's what I was saying. Same with Mona. I think if I remove my biases, I think Yoimiya should be in the same tier as Mona, Ayaka, maybe even Ganyu, right? Which is probably a tier below Barbara, who's also a tier below Diona, and I don't know, maybe Xiangling as well, because Goba really is stealing the show here. I don't have Bennett's dynamic art yet, and we're only looking at the waifus for Salty, because Salty requested that we look at the waifus. So for now, we'll do the waifus. Officials though, I think in the same tier, if I were making a tier list for this, in the same tier as like Barbara. I love how the lightning effect and the feathers, right? No, I know I could check from the shop, but not today, not today. Some other day, some other day. I'll do a tier list of all of the dynamic art of the characters. But not today. Not today. So, yeah, officials, the lightning bolts and the feathers flying. It fits her character. It's not bland at all, but not as special as like a Diona card or something. So yeah, official is good too. Next Saturday maybe. Why not? Next Saturday. Kiching is also... Yeah, I think Kiching is the same. Like, the background is probably carrying... I mean, Kiching herself is pretty, but in the same vein as Yoimiya, right? Like, pretty basic if you remove the particles. Kiching is cute though. The details on Kiching's art, on her like outfit and how they're animated, pretty good though. Pretty good. Sucrose is also aight. Sucrose cute. Her little ear twitch is also really adorable. Jean is alright too, I guess. What are these? What are they called? What's these plant things called? They look like ginkgo biloba or something. What are they? Dandelion? Are they supposedly dandelions? I guess they are. Yeah. It's still cool. Ningguang though, right? Let's not even. Again, without the bias, I think Ningguang could also be a little basic if you remove all of the particles. These are particles. But her pose, and her legs, right? Like, how can you not? That's Ningguang. And you're biased? I mean, it's a good bias, I suppose. Noelle? Also got Noelle as one of my first dynamics because I like Noelle. But honestly, apart from the pose is really quite cool. I don't get though why her knees are like bent in that way. I guess it kind of looks... Does it look cool on the non... I don't know why her knees are bent that way, but... Outside of that, yeah, kind of basic, but I like the pose. Then Cole. Colleen Anbar though. Look at Colleen Anbar. What else do I have? Rodia. Does Rodia count as a waifu? I guess, no? Rodia's little pets though. The frog, the crab, the squirrel thing, the birds. Man, they're so cute. The frog especially. What's the name of the frog? Chat, you remember the name of the frog? Rodia's Vaporeon. Kind of, yeah. George the frog, yeah. I don't have the Mirror Maiden, but we can see. It's still a waifu, so I might as well show. Mirror Maiden, probably the next card I'm gonna get the dynamic skin for. Mirror Maiden. Yeah, and that's it. Did we miss any of the waifus? Is Jade Plume Terror Shroom technically a waifu? I don't know. Grass Bird, Grass Chicken. You've heard of grass-fed chicken before, but have you heard of grass chicken? Could actually make a mommy character deck. I mean, can you? It's this, and this, right? If you want to make a mommy character deck. Depends what part of the internet you're in. Oh. Is that the mommy character deck? These three. Wait for Beidou. Oh, of course. Before we go to Sino, maybe a quick view of what the synergy for this would be. Ningguang is off here. Maybe Ningguang provides protection, but I think yeah, the synergy could be a little off. Synergy could be a bit off. What reactions could you make here? Swirl and crystallize. Also no double element, so no resonance stone fun. Yeah, I think kind of a long shot. Maybe not a good combination to build around. I mean, like I said, no? I would always say this. If you're a beginner, just run with any character combination you want. We'll find a way to make it work. Right? We'll find a way to make it work. But if you want to play at an intermediate level against PvP, expect, if you're running something like this, expect maybe not winning too often. Maybe if you replace Ningguang with unfortunately, no, Ningguang was the reason why you were gonna build that deck, I guess. If you replace Ningguang with, say, Mona, maybe, or maybe replace Jean, get rid of Jean. That could be oops. That could work. Burst comp. Mona sets up burst and then double the damage from Ningguang, and then Mirror Maiden could keep a character still while you do the combo. It's difficult to pull off, but you could synergize there. Okay. And then I promised that we will look at Sino's card, right? We'll try to make sense of Sino's card. Okay, let's make sense of Sino's card. Sino's card, excuse me, revolves around the Pactsworn Path Clearer effect, right? So, in game design, there is what we call... What's the name of it? What's the actual name of it? There are... When we're discussing chaos and variance... Okay, thank you for the lurk, Nyakasen. In game design and in card games, there's also another concept called variance, right? Let me talk about variance. In card games, variance refers to how different games would feel like from game to game, right? And you'd think, should we minimize variance? Not necessarily. In highly competitive metas, their goal is to minimize variance as much as possible. In card games where they allow tier 0, tier 1 strategies like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic the Gathering, maybe even Pokemon, when you're building decks, one of the things you have to keep in mind is to minimize variance. You want to get your strategy as fast as possible. You want to not run cards that would harm that strategy or would dilute your card pool with cards that don't contribute to the strategy. You want to find redundancies, cards that do the same thing, right? You want to find cards that allow you to search for your core pieces, cards that allow you to draw a lot of other cards so you could draw into your core pieces. This is how you minimize deck variance. But if you're designing a card game, you want to increase variance, right? To a certain extent, not too much, of course. You don't want every game to be a die roll or a coin flip or something random, but you want to increase variance so that your players don't grow tired of the play experiences that they are having with your game, right? So this doesn't, thank you Panda for pointing that out. This does not just apply to card games. This applies to other multiplayer like MOBAs or FPSs. You want high amounts of variance so players don't flowchart. Players don't just create this standard flowchart that that's, you know, it fits all cases. It solves all problems. It keeps the game fresh. It keeps the game from being quote unquote solved. Right. So why am I talking about variance? Because one way to introduce variance in a game is to have periodic effects. Periodic effects meaning it requires, you have a, think of it like this. You have a clock, and then whenever it strikes a certain time, for example, if it strikes 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock or 6 o'clock, some effect would happen, right? The effects are predetermined, yeah. So, for example, at 2 o'clock, the effect is fixed. On 4, it's fixed. On 6, it's fixed. And every 2 hours, the effect is actually fixed. There's no variance in the effect. But because it's periodic, right, the clock controls the quote-unquote variance of the events, right? Of the effects that could happen. Does that make sense? So that's one way to introduce variance without relying completely to RNG. The hope is when you're at 6 o'clock, right? Maybe because of other factors that you're thinking of when you're playing the game. Maybe because you're being forced to just focus on one aspect of the game. You're not thinking about the 2 o'clock effect anymore or the 4 o'clock effect anymore. So think of it like synthetic variance, if that makes sense. It's synthetic variance. It's a series of repeating sequential events, but because there's gaps in between, it doesn't happen immediately right after. It makes the game still feel RNG even though it isn't. That brings us to Sino. Sino's Pact Sworn Path Clearer status is an example of a cyclical event, right? Or cyclical variance. So when the battle begins, you get Pact Sworn Path Clearer. Okay? I believe it starts at 0. It starts at 0. And if you don't do anything, every end phase, you gain 1 level. So you progress the clock by 1. When the clock strikes 2, right? When the clock strikes 2, your physical damage is converted to electro. So 2 onwards, your physical damage is now electro damage. So you have infusion. So then you could do, shenanigans with, say, with Yoimiya. For example, Yoimiya plus Sino gives you overload. So you can do shenanigans with that, right? So that's clear so far, no? So that is in 2 turns. So first turn, you have 0 Pact Sworn. End of the first turn, you get 1 Pact Sworn. If you're not doing anything with Sino, if Sino is just in standby, the turn after, end phase, you gain 1 level again. So you have now the infusion. At 4, you increase your damage plus 2, right? So you have more damage. And note that the level 2 effect does not go away because it says if equal to or greater than 2. So you have plus 2 damage plus electro infusion at 4. When the clock strikes 4, you're at plus 2. If you get 6, the clock resets back to 2. You're back to 2. And I think that's the cool thing about this, because that means apart from turn 1 and maybe turn 2. Yeah, turn 1 and turn 2, Sino will always have electro infusion on his normal attacks. So, how else can we accelerate this clock? Well, you could use his burst. Yeah, burst. When you use Sino's burst, you push the clock to plus 2. You push the clock to plus 2. So, I think if you're gonna play with Sino in your deck, you have to think of Sino similar to how you think of Gnar in League of Legends. I don't know if you play League and if you're familiar with Gnar, but you kind of want to think of it like Gnar, where you have some influence, but eventually at some point you will get the maximum damage, but then afterwards you'll have to go back to less damage and so forth and so on. To be fair, Cyno's damage is pretty good. 2, 3, 4, it's pretty good. Why do you say funny that I say Nar? Nar in Legends of Runeterra plays around his transformability. Is it kind of the same as this? Think of it like a clock, and then when the clock strikes a certain time, you transform. Is that how it works in lore? And can you influence the clock? Could you accelerate it somehow? So yeah, Chloe, are you there? Are you still there? I just dissected Cyno card. Is there anything else about Cyno that you want to know about? Got it. So that's how it works. It's literally just a clock. Now, again, if you want to maximize Cyno, I suggest really the only thing you need to wait for is when I was gonna shorten. Right? I'm gonna find a way to shorten Paxworn Path Clearer because it's so hard to say. So I thought maybe I should just use the initials. But then I realized. Anyway, let's do that because it's funny. If you wanna take advantage of Cyno's PP, then I guess you wait until you have PP level 2. And then from there, just think of it as Electro Infusion with occasional extra bonus damage. Right? With occasional extra bonus damage. You get 2 bonus damage at PP4 and PP5. When reach PP6, PP goes back to 2. PP gets smaller again, back to 2. And then you grow it. At PP4, PP5, you get the +2 extra damage. It's not super reliable. But I think really you're just after the infusion. Yeah. But that's how you play around Cyno's PP. Cyno's PP needs time to recharge. So once Cyno's PP becomes 6, worth by you. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at his character. Yeah. All right. Do I have it? I do have it. Let's see. When your active character is Cyno, equip this card. After Cyno equips this card, immediately use Cosmic Soulfarer. That's his skill, right? Yeah, that's his skill. Okay. When your Cyno who has this card equipped uses Secret Rite Cosmic Soulfarer with 3 or 5 levels of Paxworn Packler's Indwelling effect, deal +1 damage. See, my problem here is the wording. It's specifically looking for level 3 or level 5 PP. It's not saying 3 or more or 5 or more. It says on 3 and on 5 PP, you get +1 damage. It makes your Cyno play tightly against the clock. Right? Tightly against the clock. My god, I'm using so many dangerous words here. Cyno's clock, Cyno's PP. But you're playing tight against that clock. By that I mean, okay, you have to be aware that since it's level 3 now, that's when you should use your skill. It's level 5 now, that's when you should use your skill. I don't see any additional benefit from this, so unfortunately, no. Because most of the time, you will be normal attacking with Cyno. So that's what I'm thinking of. Hello, Shiver. Hello, Shiver. Sorry. Caught me at a weird time. Talking about Cyno and his Paxworn Pack Clearer. His PP. It's so hard to pronounce. Yeah. And yeah, Panda's right. Also, in my opinion, yeah, really, just in my opinion, if you're gonna build a deck around Cyno, you're building around his normals. Not necessarily his skill. 2 physical damage, but Electro at this cost. at this affordable cost is much better than 3 electro damage at this cost. When, note, there are so many cards. There are so many cards that can reduce the cost of normals. Mintimitros reduces the cost of normals. Northern Smoked Chicken reduces the cost of normals. Right? So, this 2 eventually becomes 4 when your PP is at 4, at level 4. So, I say no. Say no. I say no. Don't run the skill card. I don't think it's worth. I would rather run like the spines, Skyward Spines if you want to burst, if you want to add more damage. What else? If you're running this with tanggalin mo na sa deck. I can see this happening maybe. I can see this happening and then running this and then running this maybe. Or if you don't want this, you could run, I hate to say it, but Mago Kenki maybe, but Mago Kenki is OP. That's why I don't want to run Mago Kenki. This one would work so well though. Like this. And then like this. Do we do a quick preview of how I would build the deck? Just a very quick one. I don't wanna. I need to eat soon. It's already quite late. It's already 7. I need to eat soon. But if I'm building a deck, let's say for example I'm building around. So the first thing I do is I think about. In my case, I think about which characters I wanna play. Not even the strategies yet. I mean, for a beginner, I think that's also good to do. Think about which characters you want to play. And then come up with combos or like synergies with that character. Often, for example, if your favorite character is Kaya, and you want to make a deck around Kaya, you may want to consider running another Cryo character alongside Kaya so you could run the Resonance Stones of that particular character. You'll get a lot of value out of that deck because most likely you will be using that particular character and you have lots of energy to use the skills of that character because of the Resonance Stones. So in this case, since we're gonna build around Sino, I'm thinking pairing with Razor because they tend to do the same things. Not exactly, but they excel in about the same thing, like normal attacking, right? Razor's normal attack post burst is really good. So, and then Sino's normal attack post level 2 PP is also really good. So I run them both. And then I pair them with Kole because, and we didn't cover this today, but let's do a quick peek. Quicken is so good. +1 damage for this instance, for this particular, when you deal the Quicken, it's 1 extra damage. But you also get Catalyzing Field. Catalyzing Field grants 1 extra damage to the next 3 instances of Electro or Dendro. Most likely, that's gonna be the infused damage of Sino or the burst damage of Razor. 1 extra damage for 3 usages, right? Wait, hold up. It's not 3 usages, actually. Next 3 instances, 3 usages, 3 instances. That's so powerful. And also, Kole's skill and burst, since it's a summon, it's sneakily good because sometimes you might not realize that you're already dead because of the summon. At least I tend to not notice that I'm about to die to a bunch of summon damage. Colin Anbar deals 2 Dendro damage as well. 2 Dendro damage plus the Catalyzing Field of Quicken. That's 3 damage. You can't just scoff at that. That's 3 damage at end phase. Actually, Kole... What was it? Kole Kiching? Kole Kiching can catch, can catch sleeping players out. Like if they don't pay attention, Kole Kiching, or I think it's Kole Official. I think it's Kole Official. Coleficial, if you're not paying attention, Coleficial could kill your first character on the first turn. Cole drops Floral Brush, Fischl. So that's let's count this, no? 3 damage on Floral Brush. Plus 1 damage, electro damage from Knight Rider for a total of 5. Because again, Quicken adds 1 more damage. So that's 5 damage already. Then you have an Oz and you have a Catalyzing Field. If this is your setup, most likely you will not have enough dice anymore to do 1 more action. So Oz will deal 1 electro damage plus Catalyzing Field. So that's 7. And then when your next turn rolls around, and you would most likely be ending your round first, right? You'll be most likely ending your round first. Cole can just finish with Floral Brush again. That's 3 damage for a total of 10. Barring any shields, right? If you're sleeping and you're not paying attention, your first character will just die to that combo outright. So, yeah. Catalyzing Field, yeah, we can build around this. Next. Since I'm running double Electro, I will prioritize the dice, the Resonance Stones, right? Sorry, the Resonance Stones. And then the other resonances, because I do want to burst. Razor would like to burst. Sino would also like to burst. So I'm gonna be running these. Next. Looking at the strategy, I'm very normal attack focused. So I'm already thinking about cards that buff normal attacks. So say weapons for Sino, like Skyward Spine. I could also think about running Gravestone. I could tweak the numbers later if I find, if I find that I'm drawing too much into the weapons or something like that. Next. Now I have a choice. I'm burst focused, but I'm also normal. I mean, I want to burst, but I also am normal attack focused. It opens the possibility for OTK strategies. So I would consider running Gamblers here. Because if I can get a kill with the normal attack of either Sino or Razor, I get a reset. I get 2 Omni-Element dice. Right? If I wasn't running this, I could also consider running the Summoner's Crown, Thunder Summoner's Crown, but really, given the strategy of getting resets, I just can't not run Gamblers here. Next. I would like to also run a couple of ways to generate more dice. I said before that Big Paimon is the premium option, so if I could, I'll run it. I also would like to run Timmy's and Libens here because they give me extra dice. And since, even though I'm doing normal attacks, they are gonna deal elemental damage, I might consider Parametric Transformer as well, and then I'll adjust. No reason not to run Small Paimon. You want the fixing from Small Paimon, the card draw as well. And then, since I'm sort of burst focused, I will run Star Signs, but I'll think about if I also want to run Calyx's Arts. Or actually, it could either be Calyx's Arts or Star Signs, one or the other. I'm not super focused on getting Cole to burst, although it's a good option too. The summon is pretty good. So, I'll consider for now Star Signs, but I can see myself changing that to Calyx's Arts, or maybe not running any at all because I already have Elemental Resonance High Voltage. And then I'll run at least 1 send off for the pesky summons. If I'm not running anything else, I might even consider upping that to 2. And then, of course, since we're dealing with basics, minty meat rolls and northern smoked chicken. And since I'm running 4 food, I might consider running also an NRE. Is there anything I missed? Okay, then I go back and I think about, are there cards that I actually want to run that I can't run because of my current setup? I'm thinking of... So, I'm thinking of cutting star signs now. And either Timmy or Liben. To think about, am I gonna be making use of all of my dice? Or when am I going to pop off? Right? Sino tends to pop off 2-3 turns into the future, so maybe I cut Liben. I could. That's a contentious point. You could cut one or the other, but for now I'll cut Liben. I'll run Timmy, and I might cut Star Signs because I also want to run. The send off plus leave it to me combo, because I will be swapping a lot between my characters. I want to do Dendro setups with Kole and then protect Kole by swapping into Sino or Razor. So I would need either a way to reduce the cost of switching or making the switching an instant action, so I could do another move on the same turn. So yeah, this is looking good. Customizations or edits I want to change for this might be to remove the other weapon, one or the other weapons. If I will be more Sino focused, I'll remove the gravestone, even if it's super good. If I'll be Sino focused, I'll run Skyward Spine. What do I put in exchange? I might run one more send off, maybe. Maybe I'll remove one WGS and then run one more send off, just because summons are super pesky, and you could like out of nowhere die because of summons. So yeah, this looks good. We could try this. Name this Sinos PP. Yeah, let's try using Sinos PP and see if it works. And we'll make adjustments. Who do we play against? Makri? Makri was annoying a while ago. Let's play against Makri. Let's go. Here's a quick overview of what I might do in a future stream. So, I'm deciding now from my starting hand, what do I want? I'm not going to use the 2 smoked chickens on turn 1. Doesn't make sense. I might keep changing shifts and small Paimon. And again, see how strategize makes this hand so much better, because this is equivalent to 2 other cards. So I'll ship those away. What do I get? Ooh, I'm not hot on the minty meat rolls right now, but this is good. Okay, let's put Kole. Trainee Forest Ranger Kole reporting. I want a bunch of Dendro dice for the first turn. Wait, hold up. I have this, right? So I could start with the auto attacks, even if they're not electro infused yet. I could use skill too. So okay, I think I know what I want here. I want to keep the electro, and I'm hoping some of these turn into electro. It didn't, but they turned Dendro, so that's fine too.
Stay condemned.
Stay condemned. Then I'll use my skill. Pass the turn. Why did I not use any other effects? Because I want to keep my options open for a later turn, right? I didn't even play my strategize because I want to keep my options open. Maybe they do something weird here, like that, for example. They do a swap like that. Do something kind of weird, so Because I kept my options open. I could just use skill again on Mago Kenki. I could swap to Sino. I could use other effects. For now, I'll probably just use skill on Kenki. The more characters I afflict with Dendro, the better. Then they might use... they switched to Mona. Okay. They really don't want me to have Quicken, which it makes sense. It makes sense. Too bad I did not have the Resonance Stone here. I could have done another, but it's fine. I think now I kind of just want to draw cards. Broken man. Broken man. Okay. Give that to Sino and then end the turn. Mona will hit me for 2 or for 1. Yeah.
Shadows of Fate.
Shadows of Fate. For 2 because this will hit me for 1. Only when it's depleted, right? Oh no. Okay. Not really. Nice. We're getting good cards. Okay. What I want to do this round is to burst. Use Cole's Burst. And then use Changing Shifts eventually to shift into Sino. And start hitting people with Invoker Spear or Cosmic Soulfarer. So I want to keep these 2 Electro Dice in this. And I'm hoping some of these turn Dendro. That's what I'm thinking of now. None of them turn Dendro. That's kind of sad, but it's okay. I have cards that I could use to tune. I just need to... maybe one of these as much as it pains me. And then this one. Again, as much as it pains me. And we'll burst. We'll burst like this. Kalinamba. Oh. So all of them are now affected by Dendro. When I change to Sino, it's still too early to change to Sino, honestly. So maybe I'll just change to Razor and then... the heals. That's okay. Change to Razor. And then we will use Elemental Skill here. I guess I could tune with Minty. I kind of want to keep this in hand. I'll tune with Minty. I tune with Minty. I'm not sure if I tune with Minty. Kind of want to tune with this instead. Yeah, I'll tune with this instead. I have 2 copies. Then I hit, and then I get the Catalyzing Field. They get to do their turn earlier, but that's fine. That's fine. That's still 2 damage from that, from Catalyzing Field and all of that. Ooh! It's pretty good. Okay, we're in good shape here. Oh, surely that's a good roll. Oh no, that's not a good roll. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. Ow! Is that burst? That's burst. It's okay. I'm changing to Sino after this. I want to... could kill you, actually. Do I have enough? Yeah. That's 3 plus 2. That's enough to kill you. Actually, without the sword, it's enough as well. So, I guess we go for it. We go for it. Even if Razor dies, it's fine.
Can't run from death.
You can't run from death. It's okay. I don't plan to. We get a free switch off of the normal. Okay, free switch to Sino. And Sino now has Electro Infusion, so I could play this on Sino. Get a few normals going here. Yep. Quicken. Quiken. Quikey. How much damage? I can do that. So close. So close with for resets. Damn. Wanna take advantage of the normal attack though, so I'll probably tune with this and do one more normal. So he'll die with Colin. Unfortunately, that's all we can do, so I'll end around here. Colin will kill. And then we're just down to Magukenki.
Let's go.
That's kind of useless because it happened at the end of the turn, which is sad. I got a spear. Let's go. Let's go. That was facilitated mostly by Razor, actually. It was Razor who facilitated the... Okay. That's fine. 1 damage. I still have Infusion. Could use this. The Sino. And then I won't have enough for 1 more. If I burst, that's 7. Do I want to burst here? Because I could burst here. Normals just deal 6 though. Sad. I'm short. I won't die, I don't think. So I can go with this. Quicken. Surely I won't die, right? Surely I won't die. Okay. I'm just gonna change now to Kole. Kole will accept the... Kole will take the burst damage coming from the Magukenki. And then I'll finish with Razor. With Razor with Sino. And then we win. Yeah. We win with Razor. Razor. I keep saying Razor. Sino. We win with Sino. I want to keep these. I'm hoping some of these turn Dendro at least. So, if ever opponent does not finish off Kole, I can finish off the opponent with Floral Bush. I didn't want to kill. Okay, then I win. I just win. Tune with this. Tune with this. I just toss this and I win. Easy. Goodbye, Macri. Yeah, kind of works. From that game, what did I note? Razor's taking too much damage. Maybe I'll consider running some way to heal Razor up. But then again, Razor did his job, right? All the damage he needed to deal, enough damage so that Sayano could just pick off whatever was left. Colin Anbar was really instrumental too in picking off low health targets. Gamblers wasn't as hot that game, but I don't know. I still don't want to give up on the Gamblers plan, but if Gambler continues to not work well in future playtests, I could consider running the artifact that heals you when you use your skill or when you use your normals instead. That could be a good idea there too. Yeah. So that's the thought process. That's how I think about when I'm building decks. And that's also what I think about each of the cards. No doubt these opinions will change over time as we get more cards in the TCG. But for now... that's it. Hey, hello! Hello, Poppings. It's been a while. How have you been? How are things going? How are things going? Hello. So today, on the first day of Genius Invocation TCG 101, again, to recap, we did an overview of the game. We talked about objectives and rules. We talked about the resources, the card types. We didn't talk about elementary actions that much. We did build the deck, but it's more of a preview, right? A preview of a future Unification TCG 101 meeting. You're having a body ache because of volleyball. At least it's because of sports. I thought when you first said having a body ache, I was like, oh no, what's wrong? Well, do take care of yourself. How do you deal with body aches from sports? Mostly just resting, right? And if you really can't take the pain, then one of the compresses, though I'm not sure, I think it's warm compress. Again, I'm no doctor, so, but yeah. At least from sports. It's a good type of body ache, isn't it? But hooray to living an active lifestyle. I wish I could be more active. Maybe soon. Maybe soon. Alright. So, class, what do you think? Is this type of content something you would like to see again in the future? Would you like to have a day 2 of Geniusification TCG 101? Let me know on Twitter what else you want to know about the game. What else you want to hear my opinions on. Maybe you want me to build the deck around a particular character, combination of characters. Although, if it's a combination of characters, yeah, I can try, but especially if there's no strong synergies, I don't know if I could. But if it's just like a single character, we can build around one of your favorite characters. I look at meta decks sometimes, but I'm not a meta sort of player, so. But I at least try to make the deck competitive to a certain degree. Like if you're playing against someone of intermediate skill, you could still get wins here or there. I can't guarantee that though if you give me like a full party, like 3 characters, because maybe if there's no synergy, then we really can't do anything about it. Let's move my character a bit. The text boxes are scary. Oh no, you can't see it anymore, right? Because I'm just showing the board right now. Right, we haven't done the ukulele song yet. But I don't know, can I still do that? My voice is... My throat is starting to hurt a little bit. Do you mind if we skip it for today? I had a song prepared, but I don't think I can perform it given the state of my throat. I'm a ukulele here though. Maybe I could play the usual because it's short, right? Maybe I could do that because it's short, at least. So we continue with the commitment. You want that? Sana ako na lang. It's short, so I think I could still manage if it's just that. Excuse me. Oh. I'm also getting a bit hungry. I'm burpy because of the gas. Just so I keep the commitment going, right? Non-after dark streams, we do at least one ukulele song. I could do that. It shouldn't go dyed. Just one short song. Let's do that. Although I don't guarantee that I would sound okay. Probably sound a little hoarse. Okay, let's go here. Whoa, why am I shaking? Fine. And then up and up. Turn off the music. Give it a shot if I could still. But if I can't, then I'll let you know. Can you hear that? Do I need to increase my gain? Does it sound broken? Do you hear the ukulele? I'll lower my microphone a little bit. There you go. Okay, let's do this. This is Sana Ako Na Lang by Millie Parfait, but slowed down because I still can't play this song fast for some reason. And yeah, pardon the voice. I've been chatting the entire day, so. But still, a promise is a promise and a commitment is a commitment. We won't improve if we don't follow through with our promises. So let's go. Sana ako na lang, ba't kasi nandun ka sa kanya? Sana ako na lang, kasi mas bagay tayong dalawa. Bakit pa ko umaasa, kahit alam ko naman ang meron ka ng iba, at masaya ka naman sa piling niya. Sana ako na lang ang kausap mo tuwing hating gabi, makasama kang kumain ng ice cream dun sa tabi. Sana ako na lang, oh please, ako naman ay pansinin. Oh please naman, pansinin mo na ako please. Hi. Sana ako na lang, ba't kasi nandun ka sa kanya? Sana ako na lang, kasi mas bagay tayong dalawa. Pero di naaasa, dahil alam ko naman ang meron ka ng iba. Sana'y masaya ka na sa piling niya. I am super thankful that that song exists. It's short, it's easy to play, and it's also not that hard to memorize. I've almost memorized it. Like how to play it without like the chords. Let me lower my gain a little bit. It's way too loud. Okay. Go back to the classroom and then I'll end the stream. There you go. So, how was it, chat? Did you enjoy the stream today? I hope you did. I hope you enjoyed the TCG 101. Yes, also practice for me because my actual work starts this coming Monday. So I have actual classes again. And it's been a while since I last had a proper lecture, so I actually use this opportunity as well to get myself ready for that. If I could lecture almost for 5 hours on TCG, I'm sure I could also do the same for my regular work for 3 hours, right? I'm trying to maintain a consistent stream schedule, so I checked my schedule so far. I think I could keep to the same Wednesday 3 to 6, Thursday 6 to 8, and then Friday if friends are available, if Salty's available, if Walker's available, we could do Valorant Fridays, Valorant Viernes. 9:30. And then yeah, Saturdays like today would still be Genshin Impact. For the next few weeks, maybe we could do more TCG 101. Because there's so much more I would like to share about the TCG actually. Some other things that you might be interested in. We could also look at deep dives. I'm also thinking about doing something like Deck Doctors or something. Deck Doctor. Sounds sus. But maybe you have a deck list and you want to see if there are ways to improve or address some of its problems. We could look into that. I could also do some deck techs as well of brews that I have made. And then, yeah, we're gonna get new cards soon next patch. So, even more stuff to do. So, yeah. I do hope I'll see you again next time. Let's look for someone to raid today. You know what? Let's see if our new follower, Lestiality, what a name, is still streaming. Let me check. It's just chatting, but it's playing Valo. What's happening? You are powerless. I'll raid our new follower, our new student, Lestiality. And by the way, thank you, Lestiality, for the follow. And I think that's it. And Rina Luxper as well. I don't think we thanked Rina Luxper for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And then thank you also for the raid Rens a while ago. I know you already lurking. You may have already dozed off. Thank you, thank you. I highly appreciate the raid. Now I'll pass it forward to... Does this person have a different name? Is it really just Lestiality? I guess Lestiality, huh? LT. Okay, LT or less. Let's pass the raid over to Les. What's our raid message? Our raid message. You have ideas, chat, for a raid message? Let's keep it like tame. It's the first time we're raiding this person, so let's not be too strange. Okay, graded card is fine. Like this. Does that work? Does that work? Graded cards. That works. I think we'll stick with that. Oh, someone's calling me. Should I answer this now? Oh, can't answer you. Okay, give me like 2 minutes, chat. I have to answer this call. Give me 2 minutes. Whoa, that was super weird. I answered the call and it was just like garbled. It's a garbled song. Like it's playing music in the background, but it's garbled with static. That's strange. I think somebody butt dialed or something. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah. So let's use the raid message graded cards. That should be fine. Let me set up the raid to LT. LT, don't end your stream yet. Okay. Still in game. I'm gonna raid. Let's raid LT. Yeah. Anything else that I forgot? Nothing. I think that's it. So, as always, as the usual, mu take care of the environment, mu take care of each other, and mu take care of yourselves. For those of you who are brain too dead or just want to sleep already, go get a nap, go get some meds, go take care of yourself, please. Have dinner. Don't stress yourself out too much. Tomorrow is more worth than whatever you are doing today. Go sleep on that. Whatever that means. Then sayonara everyone, and I will see you again next time. Okay? Then sayonara, bye-bye. Bye. Join up the raid. Bye-bye.